Councillors, I open the ordinary council meeting on the 27th of February 2024 at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the recent parting of Ellen Waugh, OAM. This will also be the subject of a Merrill Minute on the business paper. Ellen Margaret Waugh, OAM, born 13th of March 1924, who died at her home at 49 Cusco Street, South Coogee, on the 18th of January 2024, just 2 months shy of her 100th birthday. Ellen Waugh was known for her artistic style, keen intellect, her broad knowledge and interest in the arts, local history, Indigenous affairs and travel. Council extends its deepest sympathies to Ellen Waugh's family. I would now like to hold a minute's silence in memory and as a mark of respect for the late Ellen Waugh. Thank you, councillors. I will now ask Auntie Barbara Sims to perform the Welcome to Country.
Thank you, Philippa. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. Councillors, council staff, our community constituents that are here to get settled here and hope you'll get resolved what you're putting forward. From our community at La Perouse, our elders, both past, present and emerging, I honour you, I give you thanks. I thank you for what you've done for me and my families. You've lit the way and shown us how to go in unity and in harmony. You guide us each and every day. To the many council workers that sit behind the desk and work out the finances, I welcome you as well. To a beautiful lady that's come to join us, Keisha, thank you very much for coming on board. To our wonderful Sharon who's taken leave to comment to DAA, Department of Aboriginal Affairs. You can only strive for better and bigger things. Young lady, there's a lot to be said here about this council. You're in great hands, great people here, great people to sit behind the desk and make decisions on behalf of us as a community. I really, really wish you well. And you embrace and encompass and come from a beautiful family who I have a lot to do with. So from our elders here at La Perouse, we are the Bichical Gwiggle people. If I look to Sydney, in the city, we are Gadigal people. I was fortunate enough to be born on Gadigal land, in 1948 rather. I didn't realise today I was 77, I kept saying 76. Then realised my twins are 58 today. So it makes me feel good as a person, as a woman, to come from where I've come from. To the great women at council I work with, Philippa, sitting on a step with you at La Perouse at the museum when we're doing that podcast, made me feel good. And we looked into each other's eyes. I said, look at me. We need to talk together. We talk with our eyes. I talk with my hands a lot. And a lot of cultural people do this, talk with their hands. It's a way of expressing themselves. We can only move forward if we choose to. We can only listen to each other if we take time to listen and to embrace what we have as a country here. End of the day, we are all Australians. We, as the First Nations people here, do not forget where we come from, what we're here for, what we strive to be, and how we can walk together in unity. Today is a great day, tomorrow is another day, so embrace what we have. Noel, I pay you the highest respect as well, so you, my friend, you've got me involved with council, and I was the only ever Aboriginal person in council's history to run on an independent ticket here. I thank you very much for having faith in me and asking me to come to your council time and time again. I'm blessed. I'm so humble. And for the woman and man that brought me into the world, my parents, I thank you for who I am today. Ladies and gentlemen, work together, walk in harmony and unity, stay strong with each other. and value what you have. Thank you.
Very good.
And I too would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the unceded land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people and pay my respects to elders past and present and to all Aboriginal people in attendance today. Thank you for joining us. I would also like to acknowledge all the community members who've joined us here for the first Ordinary Council meeting of 2024. Thank you very much, and also to the Scouts and young people who are here. And I acknowledge our former Councillor Margaret Wood-Smith, and thank you very much for joining us. I'll now call on Councillor Maria Wilson to read the prayer.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Thank you, councillors. I now call for apologies and any leave of absences. There are none. There's no requests to attend the meeting via audio link. I'll now move to the minutes. Can I have someone move and second the minutes of the 12th of December 2023? Moved by Councillor Burr, seconded by Councillor Hay. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I now move to the minutes of the Extraordinary Council meeting on the 6th of February 2024. Can I please have someone move? Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor D'Souza. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, and my apologies to Mr. Kelly. I will get this to him. In relation to CS5/24, the Maroubra Surf Club Redevelopment Memorandum of Understanding, I have a non-significant non-pecuniary interest. I am a volunteer patrolling and occasionally competitive member of the Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. I do not hold any office, actively participate in the management or administration of the organisation, nor do I engage in any other activities to any significant extent which could be considered as giving rise to a particularly strong affiliation. I will be voting on the matter. I will send you that full declaration, Mr. Kelly, shortly.
Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in NM 14/24 Councillor Sade's notice of motion, proposed naming of the cricket nets after David Warner. I was the family pharmacist and I've known him nearly all his life, but I will be voting on the matter. Thank you.
Are there any other? Councillor Hamilton.
Mr. Kelly has mine and Councillor Hayes' declaration non-significant, non-pecuniary, as I hasn't read it all there, but we know one of the alternate chairs to CP 424, but we're still going to stay, debate and vote.
Are there any other declarations? Councillor Burst.
NM 14/24, Councillor Said's motion. I played cricket with Dave Warner's father, so just thought Howie, so I thought I'd better mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? I will make a declaration. A number of the speakers tonight are known to me through the community. The speakers for MM4/24, MM5/24, NM2/24, NM3/24. Can I have someone move the declarations? Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I will now read the Chairperson's announcement and privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of Clause 5.20 to 5.23 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-visual recording of meetings is prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of the council. We'll now move to the speakers. The first speaker on MM4/24, support for the No More Incinerators campaign, a petition to ban waste-to-energy incinerators in New South Wales. Speaking for Mr Chris Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Veitch and councillors, for allowing me to speak at this evening's meeting. I'm speaking in support of the mayoral motion to place a link for a petition to the New South Wales Government on the Council's website. This petition has been lodged with the Legislative Council and will actually enable debate in Parliament to prevent the incineration of waste throughout New South Wales. As we know, we've stopped an incinerator from being built in Matraville. However, the story is not over. But as councillors, I guess the bottom line for you is, what's it got to do with Randwick? We've stopped incineration in Randwick. What's incinerators in the rest of New South Wales got to do with Randwick? Very simply, the incinerators that are being proposed in other areas of New South Wales are actually in food production areas. There are currently 2 cases, one in Switzerland and one in France, which have widespread use of incineration for waste, where they have actually had to quarantine production areas because the produce from those areas has been contaminated with dioxins. We're on the cusp of going the same way. Mayor Veitch, I have copies of the translated articles should councillors require further information on those two instances. And I guess the other area that we need to look at is, well, what are we supposed to do if we don't burn it? Very simply, this council already has a very good FOGO program running, and that should continue and will significantly reduce any material going to landfill. The other issue we have is with soft plastics. And councillors, I can tell you that the plastics that I'm holding in my hand right now are not plastic. They are a corn-based polymer, which is totally compostable. This material, if simply placed in a landfill, will disappear to organic material. It will not create microplastics. And the company that makes these materials, and there's a range of different materials that they make, have been doing it since 1950. Nothing I'm telling you tonight is new. So the technology is there to actually enable us to remove soft plastics from our waste stream, and therefore not to require a wholesale incineration of waste. I think the other thing too that needs to be covered in this motion is that we're still seeking a circular economy, and I know that Randwick Council has gone a long way to promoting a circular economy. But one of the things that we're finding in the waste-to-energy industry today is that we get this philosophy of, oh, we're actually part of the circular economy. But I need to make it very clear to council that burning waste is never and never will be part of a circular economy. Very simply because once you burn something, it's gone. You can never reuse it, you can never recycle it. Whereas a true circular economy will actually recover that material and remanufacture it. It's not a difficult concept to get hold of. Unfortunately, the waste-to-energy industry have a very strong lobby and they're promoting that they're actually part of a circular economy. So in that vein, I guess we need to look at what are the emissions that would be caused, apart from the contamination of our food source, if we actually started to burn waste. And in the motion, I've included a very conservative figure of
Request an extension.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Thank you. I've included a very conservative figure of 0.91 tonnes of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions generated per tonne of waste burnt. That figure can go up to as high as 2.7 tonnes per tonne of waste burnt, depending on the waste stream. The figures that are quoted in the motion are based on Australian government very conservative estimates for non-biological municipal solid waste. So I would seek the support of council to put a link on the website to enable the petition to go ahead and be debated in Parliament. Mayor Veitch, I'm happy to take any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you, Mr Hanson. Councillors, are there any questions for the Speaker? Thank you.
Thanks.
And councillors and speakers, I did refrain from noting that all members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put your case forward, with no extensions available, though there will be. You will be stopped at 4 minutes, and councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. We do have quite a large number of speakers tonight and a number of reports and motions on the agenda, so yeah. I'm hoping we can complete the meeting tonight. The next speaker we have is speaking on MM5/24 planning reforms, low and mid-rise housing and housing SEP, infill affordable housing provisions, speaking for Maria Bradley. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and Auntie Barbara. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Maria Bradley. I've lived in Coogee for 40 years and I've seen firsthand the area change from affordable to out of reach. I am here to urge you to support in full, with no amendments, this mayoral motion, as its focus is affordable housing, sound planning, community and local government. The New South Wales State Government is going to override democratically elected local government with a one-size-fits-all planning policy that benefits developers and the wealthy with the new low and mid-rise planning policy. The Mims government did not campaign on development at the 2023 state election. In fact, he barely mentioned it. He does not therefore have a mandate from New South Wales to impose sweeping planning changes on the community. Randwick Council has delivered its housing targets. The proposed changes for low mid-rise housing seem pretty harmless until you realise this will cannibalise the last remaining affordable unit blocks and houses in the Randwick LGA. It is social cleansing and re-engineering of the Randwick LGA on a scale never seen before. Ratepayers and residents, the state's largest stakeholders, will be the collateral damage in this mess. If we take the Coogee Town Centre, yes, there was a Coogee Town Centre study conducted, then every single apartment block and house within an 800 metre radius will be able to go to at least 7 stories. But it's not just Coogee. This will apply to every single suburb in the Randwick LGA, including just down the road at Randwick. This will override heritage conservation items and areas. The minimum lot size for a duplex has been reduced to just 450 square metres. This will see a catastrophic loss of trees from nature strips and backyards. Randwick already has one of the lowest tree canopies and feels the urban heat effect despite being so close to the ocean. There is no increase in infrastructure to support this mass increase in population. Sewerage, roads, schools, sport fields, green spaces, public transport. The Premier is saying Sydney is the 800th least dense city in the world. It's a nonsense, as it ignores the areas in the east and southeast that are densely populated and the fact that infrastructure like our own Coogee sewerage can't cope with the existing population. Since 2011, New South Wales has experienced an explosion of multi-residential developments from Rhodes to East Gardens, Zetland, Waterloo, Alexandria, North Shore, Sutherland, Macquarie Park, Walleye Creek, Mascot, and the list goes on. And this has not created affordable housing. In these low mid-rise plans, developers are only required to provide 10% or less affordable housing. And guess what? This affordable housing reverts back to the developer after 15 years. Developers who provide more affordable housing will be rewarded with up to 30% greater bulk and height. And guess what? That affordable housing reverts back to the developer after 15 years. Tom Forrest of Urban Task Force, one of the many developer lobby groups, says the raison d'etre of the developer is, believe it or not to produce community benefit. It's first and foremost to deliver profit for the investors in that enterprise. It's not our job to deliver benefits for the community. Councillors, leaving development to developers will not change the status quo. It will not make housing more affordable. Mass densification and overdevelopment will not solve this housing crisis. I know there is a housing crisis. I see it firsthand. Like most families in the area, my adult children are still living at home and can't afford to rent or buy. Young people at my gym tell me their rents have increased by 20%, far outstripping their wages. Older women I know have been evicted from their units because developers have bought 75% of the block to redevelop.
Granted 1 minute extension, thank you.
The Mims government wants us to believe that this crisis is because we aren't building enough, so we should rip up sensible planning, hand over our suburbs to developers to upzone. But there are many reasons we are in this mess, and this includes poor federal and state government policies such as negative gearing, overseas investors leaving properties empty, record population growth, the Airbnb market, developers land banking, and developers buying affordable housing to convert to luxury apartments. Until these issues are addressed, the housing crisis will continue, and only the rich will be able to afford to live in the new upzone LGA. Tonight, councillors, I urge you to vote without amendments for democracy, genuine affordable housing, heritage, and the future of council itself. After all, once planning has been taken from council, what is the point of council? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Speaker? Thank you. We now go to the Speaker on the next item, CP4/24, Sydney Artificial Reef Dive Wreck Proposal, speaking against Rona Wade. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The Coogee Bay precinct totally opposes the scuttling of a ship 4 kilometres off the coast of Coogee, and this council paper CP4/24 has only strengthened our opposition. But first, a little story. It's not unusual for nursing mother whales and their calves to rest in Coogee Bay whilst undertaking their arduous 10,000 kilometre migration. Recently, one male and her calf were in the bay for several hours. She had her tail out of the water, pointing straight up. Local residents rang the ABC out of concern that she or her calf might be in trouble. The ABC contacted an expert who was able to tell all of Sydney that she was fine. She was just taking a rest, and having her tail up was a signal to the calf that the milk bar was closed. So migrating mother whales keep close to the coast. This would put them in line to encounter dive boats and divers if this proposal went ahead, causing further stress to the whales. For them, Coogee would no longer be a place to rest. Now to other concerns. It's hard to see any economic benefit to local businesses of the proposal. Commercial dive operators will transport divers by, this is from the report, various reports, will transport divers by boat from Sydney Harbour or Botany to the wreck. This contrasts with HMS Adelaide off Terrigal, where dive boats use the Terrigal Wharf and visitors spend money in the dive shops and cafes close by. This will not be the case here unless there's a plan to build a boat pier at Gordons Bay or Clovelly, just joking. Anyway, severe storm events in 1915 and 16 resulted in significant damage to the HMS Adelaide and the shedding of pieces of metal. One large piece, 10 metres by 8 metres, has never been located. So council, that's the Central Coast Council, closed the beaches for days to clear the wreckage. The Department of Lands closed the dive site for many months. Eventually, the state government agreed to undertake repairs costing, according to one report, $140,000. More work has been required since and is ongoing. And we all remember the massive storm damage to Coogee in 2015, 2016, nearly took away our surf club. And climate change will only make things worse. So the suggested location of the wreck is 3 kilometres east of Wedding Cake Island. And as a result of big storms, and with the HMAS in Adelaide in mind, one can imagine large pieces of wreckage being deposited on that iconic island, detracting from its beauty and incurring huge costs to council, because council won't be allowed to leave the wreckage on Wedding Cake Island for very long. There'll be an uproar. So it seems to the precinct that finances should be focused on fixing water quality at Coogee and not risking further pollution from a scuttled naval vessel, and for whom? A very small number of people. But the showstopper concern, of course, is the proposed location of the wreck site right in the middle of the southern submarine cable protection zone. The cables that traverse this zone carry the defence and civilian internet traffic between Australia and the west coast of the United States of Australia, so all that traffic, all our Pacific neighbours, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, with whom we're all trying to develop, closer relations after ignoring them for a while, and interestingly, Western Australia, where the cable actually runs south of
1 minute extension.
where the cable runs south of the continent and comes back up again around at Perth. So the Australian Communications and Media Authority govern these protection zones, and heavy fines apply to any contravention of the prohibited activities, one of which is the scuttling of boats. So surely Randwick cannot give its name to something that contravenes federal law. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Speaker? No, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the Speaker speaking against the motion, the report, Mr John Rowe. The speaking for, I apologise, speaking for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. John Rowe is my name. I'm a former 30-year resident of Randwick City Council. I'm the founding chair of the Clovelly Precinct Committee. I'm a marine scientist and founder of the Gordons Bay Scuba Diving Club. I'm a passionate environmentalist and greatly appreciate the generous support we've received from the Council on our highly successful underwater nature trail over the trail's 30-year existence in Gordons Bay. I would like to draw your attention to the hard copy of our Sydney business plan. Now, some months ago, councillors, you all received a copy, but having seen your one ordinary night, I understand you may not have had the opportunity to read it. I do recommend that you do. Now, you've also received a brief in your minutes, and there are a couple of matters in the brief that were not covered. Overwhelmingly and most importantly, the proposal has community support. Marjorie O'Neill, the member for Coogee, tabled a 14,201 hard copy signature in the New South Wales Parliament back in October. Of those signatures, 4,125 signatures were from the Randwick City. Marjorie concluded at the meeting that it's not a no to the dive wreck, it is just not yet. Dr O'Neill further pointed out in Parliament that the proposal has considerable community support because it combines local tourism with ecological rehabilitation and environmental sustainability, and that is a value that the Labor government wholeheartedly supports. At a local level, this value is reflected in the fact that one of the first electoral commitments we are delivering is to address the Coogee stormwater issue. Supporting speakers for this petition were the MP for Vaucluse, the MP for the Entrance, the MP for Blue Mountains, the MP for Monaro on behalf of the MP for Maroubra. We're meeting with Steve Camper next month. I would add further that Wallara, Waverley and Bayside councils have already provided a letter of in-principle support to our proposal. One thing that I did want to correct in the brief was that the Administrative Appeals Tribunal was not asked to investigate the ex-HMAS Adelaide, as stated in the brief, but to rule on the No Ship Action Group spurious challenges to environmental damage. According to the MP for Terrigal, this cost the taxpayer of New South Wales $8 million in delays to the ex-HMAS Adelaide project. The brief also pointed out that we had no comprehensive economic assessment. I just want to correct that. The brief states that the revenue is the estimate for the dive industry. The revenue estimate actually is split at 35% for the dive industry and 65% in total tourist revenue. the cost-benefit ratio of this, we've estimated at somewhere between 2.1 to 4.8. And our assessment is based on 27 peer-reviewed articles calculated from the best available information from the Australian dive industry and Australian and international studies. We fully agree with the for and against conclusions of the brief when the preceding facts are included. The scuttling of a ship is the conclusion of the brief to you, councillors, off the coast of Randwick LGA, could provide a new recreational diving location and associated tourist attraction that would contribute to the local
Give you a
economy
minute's extension.
and potentially provide additional benefit for marine diversity. We hope you agree with this and you will vote in support of it in principle. Thank you very much, and I'd love some questions, but I know you're busy.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Speaker? Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Rowe. I just wanted to clarify something. I didn't quite hear it. Did you say that you had conducted a comprehensive economic study?
In our brief, in this piece of paper here, we've done a very extensive, we have 5 pages on the economic assessment, and that was based on the Australian dive industry. I mean, I can send you a copy of the brief if you like.
No,
and there are 27 peer-reviewed articles that we've sourced, plus the Australian dive industry and tourism industry figures.
Thank you.
No more questions?
Councillor Olive.
Yes, thanks for coming in. It's just in your business case originally, you talked about the dive wreck being off Coogee. Now you're saying it's off Randwick. Sort of. Is that a change in your policy?
No, I'm not saying it's off Randwick. I'm just concluding what the brief to councillors was. And what I must stress is that the site is a proposed site. We're well aware of the cable thing, and there's no way on earth we would suggest a 4,000-tonne ship to be sunk over the Sydney Communications Network. No way on earth. You can't even sink an anchor over 30 kilograms on the cable protection zone off here.
So it could be off Maroubra.
Look, it is, the whole proposal is put together by an amateur group of scuba divers, and the 2 key things are, first of all, a significant fund, $60,000 on the dive wreck location, and $500,000 on an environmental impact statement. It's not a cheap thing to do. No two ways about that. This is our proposal. This is where we've suggested it, but it is totally subject to those very expensive environmental impact statements. Is that sort of making sense? We have not changed the location in our business plan, but the business plan proposal is totally subject to those 2 vital, extensive studies.
Councillor said.
Just one very quick question. Who do you envisage would pay for those?
The state government, we've already been promised a ship at no cost, but the state government has to pick up the considerable cost of preparing a dive wreck. So at the Scuba Club, we have annual revenue of $2,150. We would like to contribute, but we don't have the funds to do so. And after all, I mean, we spend a lot of money on footy stadiums. There's a whole range of stuff that we spend money on, and it doesn't come out of the patrons' pockets. But I hear you loud and clear. It's a lot of money, and the community, and we're especially grateful to the Coogee Precinct Committee for highlighting their concerns, because it's brought our whole proposal before ABC Radio, before The Beast, before the Sydney Morning Herald and so on. So it's good to have community saying this is a dumb idea. But the facts that we've been given about our dumb idea are not supported by the scientific literature. And whales have never entangled with a dive wreck anywhere in the world. Their biggest problem is what they call ghost fishing nets. So a fisherman loses his nets, they get stuck in the ropes. And the other problem is shark nets. They're the 2 things that into whales. There's no evidence whatsoever that whales are hindered by a sunken dive wreck. Man, sorry.
May I ask a question?
Oh, please, look, I'll stand here all night if you ask me questions.
Given your comment just then, do you think the state or federal government would be better spending that money on removing ghost fish nets to
Look,
protect the wildlife?
Can I say, there is, forgive me, and I've forgotten the name of the organisation, but the fishing industry itself has a specific task force aimed at removing ghost fishing. It's a horror.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. Sorry, just a very brief question. For me, a lot of this hangs off the environmental impacts
Yes.
and knowing what they are. I know that there are alternatives to actually scuttling ships.
Yes.
Are they still kind of on the agenda? Or
They are.
Okay,
Yes.
so the club hasn't closed out the option?
No. Look, we have a proposal. We're wanting the community to tell us what they want. We have gone to thousands of events around here, and nearly every signature on our petition, people spoke to us about it, and we explained to them what was going to happen. Off the Gold Coast, in Gold Coast, Southport Beach, I think it is, they've got a construction called the Wonder Reef, which is artificially created. It's much cheaper, and I think it'll come up for discussion with our meeting with Minister Camper towards the middle of May, and Marjorie O'Neill. So, I mean, we as divers, we want a ship. We want a ship. We're passionate about the ship. But if the alternative and the costs and the community say we can't afford it, we're happy with the Wonder Reef concept where, objects are created, sculptures are put in.
There are no further questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, thank you. I love the questions. Sorry, there's no more. Thank you, everybody.
We now move to NM2/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor De Souza. Investigate naming a park or reserve in La Perouse area after both the Sims and Longbottom families. Speaking for, Auntie Barbara Sims.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As First Nations people of this country here, we've been overlooked, underappreciated, and not valued as a people of this country here. If I go out to La Perouse, we have a monument out there near the new wharf being built. To read it, you've got to get down on your hands and knees to read it. Across the way, there's a big French monument, the same monument that we had a language imposed on us. My first foreign language was French. We had to sing fluently the French national anthem and be marched from La Perouse School like a herd of cattle. We don't have anything commemorating Sims families at La Perouse. The first two families, Sims Timbri families, connecting back from Kurnell to the Cobbergill people, to Sydney, South Coast, and out to Liverpool. Queen Emma Timbri, born in Liverpool 1842, coming back to my family members. I would like to see some park or a monumental reserve in the name of Sims and Longbottom families. And our Longbottom families stretches right back up to Burragorang Valley as well as South Coast. So, Councillor De Souza, I thank you for putting this forward. Like I said, we've been overlooked, we've been misjudged, and now we're standing up. We want a voice in this place. We deserve a right of society, and this is what should be happening with us as a people. To Mr Brownlee, thank you for coming home. I value you. Thank you. Noel De Souza, thank you very much, Mayor. And your councillors sit before you here. I want you to think long and hard about it. As a people of this country here, we deserve something. We deserve to have a place named after us. If you're looking next week, the 2nd of March, will be a big day at Kurnell. Australia will be awakened to hear the truths of what really happened when Lieutenant Cook sailed into Botany Bay. When he pillaged, raped, stole, shot, and rampaged the whole community of Kurnell, my father's people. So I'm asking Council here to look with considerable favour about naming either a park or places at it with those two names on it as long-standing residents of La Perouse and connecting communities around Sydney, the Cobbergill people, Gadigal people, and this is what I'm asking Council to do. Councillors, look with favour in your hearts. Don't misjudge. I am a voice to be reckoned with, and I don't stand up lightly and say, I'll wave it by. No, I know my place in society. I walk strongly, evenly with all non-Aboriginal people. I value your commitments to society as well. And like I said earlier, we are all Australians. We can be thinkers and free thinkers. We live in a great country. Let's embrace it. Time has changed. It's time to stand up and speak up. I'm one. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the Speaker? Oh, Councillor D'Souza.
Sorry, Auntie Barbara. Auntie Barbara, you mentioned this little patch of land near the wharf that you have to get down on your knees to have a look at. I know the answer, but I ask you, what is that patch of land called?
It's Timberi Reserve.
Thank you, Auntie. So that was one of the Joe Timberi's family and the Timberi. So precedent has been set. We've got the Timberi Reserve.
I took a group of students the other day from Gorowarra, St Andrew's School in Sydney, and I said, come read this monument with me, but please take your spyglass out and have a look at it.
It already exists.
It exists.
Now it's a matter of recognising the other two families
That's right.
that have played an integral part in the La Perouse area. That's all we're asking.
That's all right, but the monument knoll also is not legible to look at.
No.
You need to get down on your hands and knees to read who we are as a people. As First Nations people, thank you.
Thank you, Auntie.
Thank you. We now move to Speaker on NM3/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor D'Souza, fly flags at half-mast on National Apology Day in February and National Sorry Day in May every year. Speaking for Auntie Barbara Sims.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, an afterthought. So what do? How do we address it? We need to have our flags at half-mast. We have both flags up here in council here. We respect them and value them as well. The Union Jack on my left over here, our Aboriginal flag on the right side, on the left side, and I'm looking that way. So we really need to think long and hard about it. We need our flags up at half-mast. If we go anywhere around the country, these are shown, unless we're back on our own countries where we see this as well. So times have changed and we need to stand up and say who we are. Walk with us. You forget the people that put you here. You don't get there by yourself. It's the people out here that put you there and want you to serve them as a people, their constituents. So I'm asking for these flags to be really recognised and addressed. It's not much to ask. As people of this country, like I said, come next week, big changes. We will talk up and we will be a voice. Australia will be shamed and named next week at Kurnell. So I would like some support with it as well. So if anyone wants to ask me a question, please do so. Like I said, I'm not backward in coming forward.
Are there any questions? Councillor Olive.
Can you tell us a little bit about those plans that you have for next week?
Next week, Australia will be awakened. The truth-telling will take place. And Michael, I'm so sorry for you today, the way you and I were ridiculed by an Aboriginal woman. No, I mean that in all sincerity. It's uncalled for, unwarranted. You need to be valued. I need to be valued. All these people need to be valued. So next week, the 2nd of March at Kurnell, a big truth-telling day by the Council of Church, which I'm involved in, and Reverend Lindsay. It wasn't peaceful at Kurnell. It didn't go down in history as peacefulness. Like I said, we had language imposed on us. I was taken away as an 8-year-old child in 1956. My mother had a heart attack. Sexually abused, not by men, women. I'm haunted for the rest of my life. I'm haunted. We need these truths told. And we're going to expel it all at Kurnell next week. I urge you to come along. Philippa, and I know you and I, we have a great understanding. Noel, we have a great understanding. And I've worked with you councillors here. I campaigned for 2 weeks with you here, and we had a great harmonious 2 weeks. We need to walk together. We need to be together. One of the best countries in the world. Otherwise, people wouldn't be migrating and coming here, would they? We don't have tanks rolling down our streets. We're not ducking for cover everywhere like there are around the world. You've got countries fighting each other, neighbours. We don't want this. We just want you to understand us, who we are as a people, and I come from a really good, strong Aboriginal community, La Perouse. I lived under the welfare system, the manager, the local policeman. We don't need this anymore. We want to be free in a free society and a just society where decisions are made. And we have 2 levels of government, federal and state government. We've got a local government with council. You make lots of decisions here. But I said earlier, it's the people that put you in power here. So we want you to work for us and, support us. So if you come to Kurnell next week, you'll be greeted and you'll be valued. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Any further questions? Thank you, Auntie Barbara.
Thank you. Take care.
We now move to speaker for NM4/24, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford, speaking with residents of Doncaster Avenue to review bike path issues. Speaking for Mr Tony Chan.
Thank you, Mayor. Problems caused by the Kingsford to Centennial Park cycleway. Hi, my name's Tony Chan. I've been a resident of Doncaster Avenue since 1974. This is a summary of the problems residents have experienced since the cycleway opened in November 2023. The residents need the council to provide relief from these problems as soon as possible. It's not a campaign against the cycleway or cyclists. Exiting driveways. The cycleway has reduced the width of Doncaster Avenue by 2.5 metres. It's now more difficult to exit driveways when vehicles are parked on the street and blocking visibility of traffic. Seeing traffic in the near lane was difficult before the cycleway, but now residents cannot see traffic in the far lane until their car is in the middle of the road. I need to rely on my car's rear cross-traffic alert sensors to detect traffic coming from both directions. Not all residents have cars with this safety feature. Entering driveways. Residents also need to stop to give way to cyclists before entering their driveways. Some motorists following behind do not expect residents to stop on the road before crossing the cycleway. Residents have been subject to abuse and road rage for stopping to give way to cyclists. Reducing the speed limit. Doncaster Avenue is now too narrow for the 50-kilometre speed limit. The speed limit needs to be reduced to 40 kilometres an hour. This will also ease the driveway safety problems. We need this now, not in 3 to 6 months. Current measures such as electronic signboards warning motorists to look out for driveways are temporary and inadequate. Street parking on the cycleway side of Doncaster Avenue between Anzac Parade and Day Avenue. Before the cycleway, it was possible to park 2 cars in front of each house. Now there's only space to park 1 car, perhaps 2 small cars, because of the new setbacks to allow residents to see and give way to cyclists on the cycleway when entering their driveways. Next page. Restricted parking spaces. That's the 1P or permit holders, provide essential short-term parking for visitors, delivery drivers, tradesmen, carers for local residents, and parking for customers for local businesses. On weekdays, there's usually no other parking space available due to the all-day parking by uni students and contractors from the nearby student accommodation sites. The restricted parking spaces have been reduced by 50% on the cycleway side of Doncaster Avenue. Extending the restricted parking zone should be considered to make up for the lost parking spaces. The restricted parking zones need to be restored on both sides of Doncaster Avenue, and regular ranger patrols need to be scheduled to enforce the parking restrictions. Passenger side access to cars parked next to the cycleway. Residents do not feel safe when assisting small children and elderly in and out of the passenger side of cars parked next to the cycleways. This can be a time-consuming task involving prams and walking frames. Cyclists need to weave around these people on the cycleway. Houston Road, Day Avenue Traffic Island. The left turn from Houston Road into Day Avenue has been notorious since the traffic island was installed for cyclists to cross Day Avenue. The contractors removed the traffic cones on the traffic island after the concrete set. This made the traffic island difficult to see, especially at night. In the first weeks after the traffic island was installed, several cars crashed into it and some buses and trucks just drove over it. When I complained to the contractor and the council, I was told motorists were hitting the traffic line because they were not stopping properly at the stop sign. Next page. The problems decreased after signs and barriers were installed on the traffic island. However, no left turn for vehicles over 6 metre signs were also installed. This was not in the original design. Motorists who regularly use this road have learnt to start their left turn from out on the double white lines to avoid hitting the curb or traffic island. The Traffic Committee proposes painting an edge line to guide motorists along this turning path. There are also traffic and safety problems at the 2 intersections where the roundabouts have been removed, and Kensington Public School due to the narrow road lanes. Next page. Bin collection. The council advises residents to place your bins on the grass verge, not the cycleway or road. Thank you. Residents need
1 minute.
Okay. Residents need to cross the cycleway to pick up and drop off bins from the roadside. This can be dangerous at night because some cyclists ride fast and don't have headlights. Increased property activity. There are 56 houses on Doncaster Avenue between Anzac Parade and Day Avenue. Since the cycleway starter work was announced in 2020, 10 property sales have been lodged with the Land Registry. 1 property was sold twice in 7 months. A number of these sales are due to residents being unable to cope with the construction disruptions and the ongoing problems described above. In the prior 3-year period from 2018 to 2020, only 4 property sales. Just to wrap up, please, thank you for the opportunity to present my concerns to Council. Please support Councillor Luxford's motion to provide an opportunity for other residents affected by the cyclone to also express their concerns and hear how the Council intends to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the Speaker for speaking on NM6/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor Hay, T-Junction, Corner Snape and Percival Streets, and improved pedestrian safety crossing at Hannant Street. Speaking for, Fontini Delgado.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors and fellow residents. My name's Fontini Delgado. I've been living in the Randwick Council for over 10 years. And today I'd like to bring to your attention our concerns regarding the proposed roundabout construction on the Percival and Snape Street intersection. The residents in this area of Snape Street ask that you reconsider the proposed changes involving the construction of a roundabout in front of our home. Our concerns are based on safety, conservation and practicality, with safety being the paramount importance to myself and my family. I acknowledge and agree with the Council's efforts to slow down traffic and minimise the noise disruption in our neighbourhood. However, the proposed one-size-fits-all solution of introducing 3 roundabouts along Snape Street seems to overlook the needs and preferences of some of the surrounding residents. The current speed hump closest to Percival Street has served its purpose well, without any complaints from the residents who live closest to it. It's effectively managed to slow down traffic without compromising anyone's daily lives. Our strong preference is for maintaining the status quo, leaving this particular speed hump as it is, while moving ahead with the other 2 proposed roundabouts at the intersections of Irvine Street and Hannon Street. There are no negative impacts to the residents for these 2 roundabouts, as they don't infringe on anyone's safe driving access to their home. And that brings me to my main concern, safety. The proposed roundabout design at Percival Street in particular means that we are reversing out of our driveway directly into the roundabout. This is a significant safety concern for us. Discussions we've had with several transport management experts, builders and engineers regarding the nature of this roundabout being in the driveway have confirmed that although it may be legal, it's unprecedented, and they've confirmed that our safety concerns are warranted. To make matters worse, there's a beautiful large hibiscus tree to the west of our driveway which obstructs our view of oncoming traffic until you reverse all the way to the end of the driveway. With the proposed roundabout design, we won't be able to reverse as far back, making it even more unsafe to reverse out. In addition to safety, I wanted to highlight the significance of the olive tree that is planned on being removed to construct the roundabout. This particular olive tree may not look much to some, but it has significance to the residents around it. It's been there for over 10 years, and several times a year, the tree actually bears fruit and brings the surrounding residents together to pick the olives and brine them and share them out. It's really added something special to our community spirit, and it would be really sad to see it go. We also understand the loss of parking spaces to be a problem to our elderly nearby residents who rely on close and accessible parking on their daily needs. Lastly, there's very little traffic between Snape Street and Percival Street compared to the Irvine and Hanson intersections, so it begs the question if there's even a need for a 3rd roundabout in the first place. So for the good news, after much consultation, we believe that most, if not all, of the above issues could be avoided. If keeping the existing speed humps is not an option, we would like to propose a viable alternative, a modified T-junction. This solution addresses all of the aforementioned concerns, and it would slow traffic down without causing excess noise. It'll minimise the disruption to the curbside parking. It'll preserve our tree and, most importantly, ensure the safety of all residents in the street, including the 5 of us who reside at 24 Snape Street. We've shared this idea with some council leaders and Randwick engineers, and they've all agreed that it's a viable alternative worthy of consideration. So in conclusion, we urge you to reconsider the current plan.
Extension.
Thank you. The proposed roundabout, rather than serving as a solution, poses new problems, environmental, practical and safety related. If in fact removing the speed hump in front of our house is mandatory, we believe there are alternatives that can meet our shared objectives without these unintended consequences. Thanks all for your time. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Councillors, we'll now adjourn for a short break. We'll come back at 8:15. councillors. We'll now move to the mayoral minutes. MM1/24 financial assistance and donations, December 2023 to January 2024. Do we have the supplementaries here?
It's 12th time. Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion. If Mr. Kelly can bring it up on the screen.
Sorry, I've already moved. I've already moved the motion.
Okay, I'd like to move a procedural motion after this motion then.
Where is the supplementary? Sorry. Can I move this at the same time? Yeah. Councillors, I'm moving mayoral minute MM1/24 financial assistance and donations, December 2023 to January 2024. We did subsequently receive some additional requests, which is MM8/24, which is in the supplementary business paper. So with your indulgence, I will move them both at the same time. Councillors, I will take this as read. We've had requests for financial assistance for Windgap to purchase tickets for the Windgap Gala Ball, to support the annual charity day for Ronald McDonald House, to make a contribution to the Randwick Boys and Randwick Girls High School's production. This is an annual production. It will be the last for the two schools, so I think it'll be quite significant. A donation of plants to the St John's Maruba Church, 5 tickets to the Randwick Rugby annual lunch, and in the supplementary paper there have been some requests for support for not-for-profit groups who have stalls at the Spot Festival. I have put in a query regarding the policy regarding volunteer not-for-profit and charities at the Spot Festival, because I believe at some of our other festivals those types of groups are eligible for support. So hopefully that is something we can consider in the future, so there's no requirement to come via a mayoral minute. Was there any debate, any discussion? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillor Hay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion that we bring forward notice of motion 12 of 24 to be discussed and voted on next.
Sorry, which item was that, Councillor Hay?
Notice of motion 12, housing reforms.
12. All those in favour? All against? Declare that carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for allowing voters to bring this forward. We've been briefed on this. We've heard a lot about the changes from the New South Wales government in the media. We have, I believe, a very good council staff, professional, very good at their job. I've been on council nearly 7 years, and I've sat through many briefings that help us as residents that are elected to represent the community understand what's required for our area. And I have full faith that our staff are presenting the best case based on the residents' needs, our transport, infrastructure, our parks, our waterways. I have full support in them. And I put this motion to the council to draw out from all of the councillors that we all have support for our council staff, and we all believe that they have effective local housing strategies that we can rely on. As a council, we can rely on, as elected councillors, we can rely on the information that they provide to us. We also have the ability to modify it. A lot of the information that is put before us it does go out to community consultation. We do listen to what the community needs. We do have a close partnership with the state government. They do know what we need. They do understand that we're working as hard as we can. But the state government right now is wanting to have a one-size-fits-all approach to housing and the housing challenges that we have, and that just doesn't work. And councils have been told that we can't opt out. We just take it on the chin and that's it. We have density that is very different across all of the LGAs. For example, just reported in the paper, the Canterbury Bankstown Council, they have a population of 372,000 people. So that's huge. Their people per square kilometre is 3,374, and ours is 3,966. So we have a smaller density with a bigger population, not a bigger population, but density per person per square kilometre. And that makes a big difference in the decisions that we need to make for our area. So that means that we can't just blankly accept these changes. We can't just say, okay, this is a blanket rule, we accept them and we need to move on and just take it on the chin. So I would really hope that I've got support from councillors here in noting that council staff have our full support, their expertise, their ability to do their job. And I want us to all thank them very much for the efforts that they put in. It's not something that they've come to lightly. It takes tens of 20 years of work, continued improvement, continued refreshing of ideas, reaching out to the community, getting more information and understanding what we do need in our area. So I'd like to put this to the council and I would like to very strongly support our council staff. They do all the heavy lifting. They are the professionals in this. They bring information to us that we then critique, we ask questions, we put them on the spot, we grill them on the information as well. We don't just take it on face value, we do put them to the test, and residents put them to the test as well. So when we reach out to residents and we ask them for their contributions, their feedback, they put the staff through the ringer as well. So this motion is about saying that we as a council fully support our staff. We as a council don't accept the New South Wales government's low and mid-rise housing reforms and infill affordable housing changes, because we believe that that will only lead to overdevelopment. Thank you.
Councillor Burst.
I'll reserve the right at this stage.
Councillor Chappell was next.
Yes, I want to express my concerns in particular with Maroubra regarding this state government's proposal. If South Maroubra Shopping Centre was to be deemed an E1 centre, which obviously we've got our reservations about, R3 zoning is quite close to that South Maroubra Shopping Centre, along Marine Parade and just off it in certain parts, and also on the just south of Fitzgerald Avenue and in South Maroubra. I really think that will impact Maroubra really badly. The last thing anyone wants to see is six-storey buildings along Marine Parade and more six-storey buildings around there in that South Maroubra area near Coral Sea Park. I also have concerns with Maroubra Junction. I know we have six-storey buildings already along Anzac Parade, but the fact that the R3 zoning goes back a block in certain areas, that would really create quite a bit of density. We don't really have the public transport in either Maroubra Junction or Maroubra Beach to cater for that. So certainly I'm concerned about this Maroubra precinct, which I attended their meeting 2.5 weeks ago, or a bit over 2 weeks ago. They also had concerns about that given the R3 zoning we have in Maroubra.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell. No. Councillor Nelson.
I was just wanting to suggest an amendment, which is 2.A,
and that is where it says to write to the New South Wales Government. Would it be preferable in the movers' mind that we write to the New South Wales Premier, the Honourable Chris Minns MP, and the New South Wales Minister of Planning, the Honourable Paul Scully MP, highlighting Council's strong concern with key reforms that will negatively impact existing and effective local housing strategies, rather than just saying the government? It's one suggestion.
I'll accept those changes and pull them into my notice of motion. Thanks, Councillor Nielsen.
And then along a similar vein, add a point D, CC the local members, the Attorney General of New South Wales, a member for Maroubra, the Attorney General, that's Ron Honig, and the member for Maroubra, Michael Daly, and Dr. Marjorie O'Neill, the member for Coogee.
Yes, I'll accept those as well. They make a lot of sense.
And I'm also wondering, this is a question, well, do I have to ask whether you'll... Well, let me ask the question first. To the relevant officer, Madam Mayor, should we attach a copy of the Council's submission to DPI with this letter? Who would be the officer I should ask that question to? Who's the relevant officer, please?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council could choose to include the submission. I know there is another matter on the agenda, so I don't know if there needs to be a procedural motion that incorporates that particular item or not, but that's a matter for the Mayor, I would say.
I'll accept that into my notice of motion. Thank you.
I have a question through to the relevant officer. Can we attach a submission that Council has not yet voted on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. By attaching the submission to this particular motion, you would be, in effect, considering that submission and resolving to send the submission to the department as part of this resolution.
Just clarify my intent, and I think the mover of the motion understands it this way, that and your point is quite valid, Madam Mayor, that we haven't decided what it is. However, we will be deciding tonight what our submission is, and so therefore that's what we should be attaching to this.
Can I just add to that, noting that we haven't spoken about this at all before right now, I take on board these amendments and this final amendment because the whole meaning behind the motion is to throw our support behind staff. So what they've done so far in their report, we support. And so if we make any changes to that report before the end of tonight, I believe that we would still be sending the report with this. Yeah? Yeah, I thought so.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to join the rest of this room and indeed all of the staff, by the sounds of it, in speaking in favour of this motion. I think we all have significant concerns about these reforms. I know they're also reflected in the Mayor's Mayoral Minute, they're also reflected in the submission, they're reflected in a lot of the conversations we're having with constituents that while we support, and I certainly strongly support, the provision of additional affordable housing in our area, and it has to be a key priority for us, the kind of cookie cutter approach that's proposed here just isn't right. I would have loved if we could have had a bit more of a collaborative process to get to a place that we are all not discovering things as we get into the room, but I do think there is a spirit of goodwill here, that we are all on the same page in wanting the right outcome for our community, so I think we should all support the motion.
Councillor Olive.
Yeah, I just a point of clarification of exactly where we're up to here, because it's kind of a little bit confusing. So are we saying that this is taking the submission that Council is giving has been proposed in the recommendation for 37 and putting it in this particular motion here, and what standing does CP 524 have then as a recommendation? Will we be debating that as well to the relevant officer?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, what you actually have in effect is, as the director said, you're actually approving now the council submission. Then you're going to go to that particular report and make whatever changes you may or may not want to make, and whatever changes you may or may not make. And if you then say, yes, we still want to put a submission into that, that will then be included in this particular motion. So right now, as it stands, as the submission currently stands, that's what you're approving. But I envisage that when you get to that motion, you'll make changes or whatever the council wishes to do. Whatever changes you make will be, and you agree to do, is put the submission forward. Whatever change, those changes will then be part of this particular motion then. Can we put it?
There's been a move to put the motion. All those in favour of putting the motion, I declare that carried. I will now put it. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. We will now move to MM2/24, condolences for Ellen Waugh OAM. Councillors, this is a very sad moment, and it is a little bit of a shame that we weren't able to actually move directly to this, but Council did decide that other matters needed to be brought forward. That was somewhat lower on the agenda. I'll note your names down. I haven't even spoken yet. Ellen Waugh OAM was a really significant member and beloved member of the community of Randwick. Council expresses its very deepest condolences to the family of Ellen Margaret Waugh OAM, who passed away peacefully on the 18th of December 2023. And we've acknowledged the passing of Ellen Margaret Waugh with a minute's silence. She was a really highly valued and deeply committed member of the Randwick arts community. As an artist, as a teacher, as a member of the Randwick Historical Society, she made an enormous contribution and will be very, very deeply missed. She did pass away just very soon before celebrating her 100th birthday. We lose a lot when these members of the community do pass. You know, they have so much memory to pass on that's very hard to, it cannot be replaced, and so it's a really significant moment. Ellen Waugh was a teacher, a very well-established art teacher, and very highly regarded. She was involved in many art actions going back within the history of Randwick, including, actively commenting on the Wrapped Coast at the time, which would have been a very controversial project in its day. And only about 4 or 5 years ago, we celebrated its 50th anniversary. And I'm sure Ellen would have been involved in sharing her memories and experiences of that big event. But more importantly, her contribution to council, to the arts, to the valuing history and art education in our community, is to be remembered, and we thank her. I had calls for Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Nielsen.
I need to make a correction. It's a beautifully worded condolence motion, but the death date is incorrect. She, and I'm looking at the note, the funeral service note, and also the text from her nephew. She passed away on 18th of January 2024. So we just need to correct that in the minutes. But I'd also like to say that the mayoral minute is very informative, does justice to the incredibly varied life that an extraordinary contribution to the arts and local history made by our wonderful Ellen Waugh OAM, born 13th of March 1924, who died at her home in Cusco Street, South Coogee, just 2 months shy of her 100th birthday. A couple of years ago, I had morning tea with Ellen and former councillor Frida Backus at Ellen's home, and at the grand old age of 98 plus, she was looking out to the ocean from her front doorstep, trying to spot some whales to show us. She loved living so close to the ocean and hoped that Randwick Council would one day have a continuous coastal walkway for all residents and visitors to enjoy. Vale, Ellen Wall.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was so saddened to hear this. Alan and I have spent a lot of time together. When I was, I don't know what I was thinking. I had my second child and I thought I needed to join the Historical Society and do more with my life. So I just added more and I came here. The Historical Society used to be downstairs here, and I walked in with a pram, and Ellen and I struck up a friendship, and one of the first things she said was, "Oh, you've got time, you can write a book." So she encouraged me to write a book about the sculptor Walter McGill, who sculpted the Captain Cook statue. And I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. I'm a terrible writer. She rewrote most of it. But she was a wonderful woman, very, very generous, very, very kind-hearted, so humble. I went to her house a few times as well, and one of the things that my youngest daughter always takes away from a visit to her house was she had this high heel shoe just at the front door on the floor. She had artwork all through her house. She was an art teacher, so that's, that was the name of the game for her place. So there was art everywhere, and she had this high heel shoe, and it was covered in sand. And my daughter said, she loves shoes, and still does love shoes. She said, "What is that?" And Ellen said, "That's a sand shoe." And my daughter thought that was the funniest joke ever. She loved it. So she always says, "Oh, remember the sand shoe, remember the sand shoe." So I live not far from Ellen's house, and I often used to see her sitting in the front window there. It is a really, it's very sad, of course, but she lived a beautiful life. I know she had many, many wonderful friends, and she put back into this community, I'm sure, a lot more than what, she gave. So, or she got, I should say. So, Val Elmore, and yes, very, very moving. And thank you for this report. I think it's well done.
If there are no other speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to MM3/24, Council support for the retention of the Commonwealth Bank branch in Coogee. Councillors, this has been a big issue in the community, particularly with the residents of Coogee. It's caused quite a stir. There was a petition which had many signatories, and the fact that banks are sort of closing down, it's a large branch, it's a large building, and I just think banks, when they close down, they anchor our town centres. They are one of the anchor businesses or institutions at our town centres, and we've seen in some of our other areas where we started to lose our banks, our post offices, our cinemas, our supermarkets. It has a kind of cascading effect on the whole area, and it diminishes the viability of the other businesses. People are attracted to town centres. They want to go to the bank, they want to go to the supermarket, they want to go to the post office, they want to go and have a coffee, or perhaps go and have dinner or a glass of wine or a beer in the evening. There's to have the combination of these different types of services and businesses in our town centres is really critically important. But obviously, mainly for banks, people need to go there as it's a vital service. Not everyone has access to up-to-date phones or software or computers. Many people may rely on going to a local library or a loved one to help provide them with that assistance, and going to their local bank branch where they may know the staff and have that relationship is really, really important. I'll note that I have taken the liberty of writing to the Commonwealth Bank, given our previous opposition to the closure of the ANZ Bank. So, councillors, I commend the motion and I hope you will support. Are there any speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to MM4/24, support for the no more...
Point of order, Madam Mayor. As per 1511C of the Code of Meeting Practice. I do not believe this is in jurisdiction of the council, so I'm calling a point of order.
I will refer to the General Manager. Could you further clarify, please, Councillor Rosenfeld? I note that Council did also just vote to oppose the closure of the Commonwealth Bank, which we have no jurisdiction over, but we vote on many things.
The jurisdiction to do with the fact that the incinerators we're speaking about are well outside the council LGA.
I disagree. Thank you. Councillor De Souza. Sorry, I'd like to speak on the motion first, if that's okay. Councillors, this was brought to my attention by Chris Hansen from No More Incinerators, and as I've noted in point A and B of the motion, the campaign against the Matraville incinerator was something that brought together the entire council, whether Labor, Green, Liberal or Independent. The entire council and all the community were in support of that really fantastic and effective and eventually successful campaign. It went for a number of years. It was also supported by the community of Bayside and Bayside Council. We had a number of protests. We supported it through financial contributions, I believe, to assist with some materials to distribute. And during that time, we were certainly made aware of the many serious health and environmental issues related to these types of incinerators. We have now been approached by the very people we lent our unwavering and unanimous support to share this petition to ensure that other communities, will not be affected. It is simply to share the petition. The petition closes in early April. It won't be on the council website for a very long period of time. And I commend the motion. I believe the Speaker, Chris Hansen, tonight is known to certainly probably the majority, if not all, of the councillors. He's very active on this issue, and he certainly has the scientific and professional expertise to be able to speak with some authority, and I commend the motion. Councillor De Souza.
Madam Mayor, I was brought up with the adage, but for the grace of God, there goes I. So in saying that, I was very aware of the campaign in Matraville, and it was very successful because we had a big picture. And the thing is, pollution and pollutants don't have borders. It diffuses. The gases diffuse, the dioxins diffuse. So pollution spreads. So this is our problem. For even though we won our battle here, we mustn't not do something to help others. The other part to this particular debate is that I could have asked Mr. Hansen the question, but I was researching it. To get a petition debated in Parliament, you need 10,000 signatures by hand or 20,000 e-signatures. So that may be the reason why he's appealing to us as a community and appealing to you in particular, Madam Mayor, because to get that to 20,000, to get this matter debated at a high level, we need those signatures. So I think it's important to support it, and I hope we all do.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologise to Mr. Kelly once again. I'm moving an amendment, but I haven't sent it to him. But old school, I'm sure he'll be able to deal. It's pretty simple. It simply seeks to strike out the entirety of the text of point C and to replace those words with reiterates Randwick Council's ongoing position to oppose a waste-to-energy incinerator at Matraville. There are no additional words following that. The reasons as to why I have moved this particular... Thank you. The reasons as to why I've moved this particular amendment is I think that Randwick Council has shown over many years a willingness to engage in a range of public affairs which relate to the Randwick LGA. We very effectively lobbied and advocated on behalf of our community as to the particular concerns that the community had as it related to an incinerator in Matraville. This particular mayoral minute, as drafted originally, seeks for Randwick Council to engage in a much broader public policy campaign, which I don't believe we will be able to argue persuasively to our constituents would relate to the LGA and the use, even if in kind, of public resources in prosecuting that particular case. We have been quite vocal on behalf of our community, as I would encourage other councils to do so on behalf of their community. But I think if we were to engage a broader debate into this, it opens up a question of, if not this issue, but what others? There are a range of various issues which suggestions such as this could engage us in. The other thing which I draw to the attention of the particular council is in no way to draw conclusions as to what in my view are very reasonable concerns to host, but I do take issue with the particular wording of this particular petition. There are very legitimate concerns around waste-to-energy incineration and its impact on communities. I think that holding some of those concerns are entirely reasonable. This particular petition states unequivocally that any such project will expose our communities, homes, schools, meatworks, farms and the natural environment to pollution. This will result in the heightened risk of cancer, miscarriage, infant deaths, development delays, reproductive issues, heart disease and respiratory problems. As a matter of fact, I'm not confident of that. It is legitimately a concern which is out there, which people do hold, but I do think that as an organisation without expertise in this particular matter, I think we should be very careful before we subscribe to very clear claims as to the effect of something. Randwick Council very effectively used our local government brand and the relationships which we had to campaign against the Matraville incinerator. Credit to the former coalition government, because they are the ones who put in place the regulation in order to prohibit it. I have to be honest around that. That they were able to see the community's concerns and responded to that. I think part of it, not all, but part of it is by having the organisational weight of institutions such as Randwick City Council advocating on behalf of the community in this particular instance. I would hate for us to weaken that otherwise very strong reputation out there in the community and other levels of government by wading into issues which really have very little to do with us as the Randwick local government area. Thank you.
I do not accept the amendment, so I will go to Councillor Hamilton as the seconder.
Thank you. I support this amendment. More than anything, I support the No More Incinerators campaigners. I think they did a fantastic job, and we are extremely lucky to have such a group in our midst, such a group of people who would give up so much of their time to put so much energy into saving us from something like this. And I want to commend them. I want to commend everyone who was involved in it. I know Councillor Burst was heavily involved in it, wearing a T-shirt that I don't know if you washed it, but wearing this T-shirt proudly around the place. So I think that the whole campaign was fantastic. And on the back of that, we've got this, you know, we've saved our residents, we've saved our neighbourhood, and I really believe that that's where we should leave it. And I don't think that the point C really does justice to the residents that put up, you know, gave up their time and worked really hard to do this. If we saw, say, I don't know, councillors from all over the state asking for no more incinerators to come into their backyard and help them with, you know, an identical campaign, then, I mean, that would be completely different. But also, we wouldn't be involved in it because that group of people that had formed such a well-oiled machine would reach out to those communities, respond, and they would assist them in building their own defences against a potential incinerator in their backyard. So I can't support point C, and that's why I'm supporting the amendment.
Councillor Chappell.
Just like to briefly speak against the amendment. I think our community actually understands a lot about waste to energy incineration because they have been subject of a years-long education campaign by No More Incinerators and by a bunch of people around this table. So I think the idea that they would see a petition like this and not understand the implication of it is probably a little inaccurate. I would also say that we as a room, we are not qualified in this space, but again, we have a lot of relevant expertise, having read significant numbers of reports, having had quite a lot of data put in front of us about the impact of waste to energy incineration. Can we say in every circumstance, in every community, in every case it's going to cause these things? Like, I don't think anybody's going to expect that kind of certainty. But I think we can say, on the balance of the information that's available, that these are things that communities are really right to be concerned about and that we have shared those concerns publicly. And I'd also note, we have previously opposed a waste-to-energy incinerator in Matraville. Would we oppose one if it was a suburb across, but you could still get the gases here? Would we oppose it if it was in another part of our LGA? I mean, the answer to that is to have a policy where they are ruled out until they can safely be ruled back in. The science at the moment is showing that they are not safe. Maybe in a future world they can be safe and you can get rid of that policy, but for the moment this seems like very much an example of putting the precautionary principle into place, and I think we should oppose the amendment.
Councillor Olive.
Yes, so I think those that campaigned so hard on opposing the waste to energy plant in Matraville would feel rightly disappointed, sort of at council's stance on this particular issue, that they are going backwards on their attitude towards waste to energy plants, and would not feel confident if this issue rose its head again, sort of in our LGA, whether council would actually support that in the same way. That we seem to be fair weather friends there, but I think there's we have also an issue with climate change, and I think that this is the burning of fossil fuels, which is unnecessary and adds to climate change. And it's council policy, sort of to support action on climate change. And I think that from through that lens, that we're not looking at this matter appropriately, and so therefore I think that we should reject the amendment totally. Because I think that there's a need to oppose waste to energy plants, no matter where they are.
I will speak on the amendment as well. Councillors, this was a really important issue for No More.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah. I haven't spoken on the amendment. I opened the Merrill Minute. We are now debating the amendment, moved by Councillor Parker, seconded by yourself. I have not spoken on the amendment.
Okay. Can I just ask through the relevant officer if a mayor can speak on an amendment or a mayor?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, for a Merrill Minute, which is a bit different to a council report, obviously it's the Mayor's Merrill Minute, so the Mayor can speak to that, whereas council reports, that's a lot different, where the Mayor will just clarify issues for the council.
Thank you.
It's fine. Councillors, I was approached by a member of the community to put up this petition. It's a member of the community that I believe is held in very high regard by everyone sitting in this council chamber tonight, all of the councillors. I understand that constituent had canvassed with a number of councillors who, many but not all of whom, had indicated their broad support. It was on that basis that I brought this Merrill Minute. Councillors, things like climate change, things like the environment affect us all. Local we know the issue, we debated this issue many times because we know it doesn't just speak and relate to the emissions from these types of facilities. It relates to the entire waste industry, the entire waste cycle, where companies will be required to purchase from councils waste that would otherwise, hopefully some of it being diverted to recycling facilities and so on. It will have a really global effect that it's not just going to affect those communities outside of our LGA. We just cannot predict what the effect will be of these because we have seen some of the really dreadful impacts in Europe and so on, where councils have been locked into contracts to supply this. Because we are one of the few councils who have really looked at this issue in a great deal of detail, debated it over a number of years with many council motions coming from councillors from the Labor Party, from the Liberals, from the Greens, from Independents. We, more than any other council, have looked at this issue in a great deal of detail, and we know what the problems are, and we know that they extend beyond the local community to the entire community of New South Wales, including our own. So, particularly for those councillors who may have been in discussions with the Speaker, I would really urge you to vote against the amendment and to vote for the mayoral minute as it appears on the business papers. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? No. I declare the amendment carried. That's right. The amendment now becomes the motion. Are there any speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? All those against? No. I declare it carried.
Madam Mayor, can I just put a procedural motion forward?
What was your procedural motion, Councillor Hamilton?
I'd like to strike mayoral minute 5/24, as I believe that we've fully covered all points plus more earlier in the meeting.
Yeah, I do not agree to that.
Madam Mayor, I believe that we need to vote on a procedural motion.
We'll now vote on the procedural motion. All those in favour? All those against? No. Declare the procedural motion carried. I will now move to MM 6/24, supporting inclusion and diversity in the Randwick LGA. Councillors, we've had lots of incredible events that we've been able to celebrate with our community in recent months, whether it's Coogee Pride, we've got upcoming events with International Women's Day. We had a wonderful event on Saturday, which was the Fluoro Dine and Dance at the Prince Henry Centre for people with disability. Had not been held for a number of years due to COVID, and that was really well attended. People had a huge amount of fun. We have so many events all during the year. We've had the Lunar New Year celebrations. We literally have events and many other sort of workshops, forums and talks, etc., that our wonderful community and cultural development team put on for the benefit. And many events are also held in the library. We have the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination coming up in March. Some refer to that as Harmony Day or Multicultural March, and there will be many events held there as well, including a forum and a morning tea to combat racism. So I commend the staff and all the community members who have participated who've held and participated in these events, and I commend the motion. Are there any speakers? Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to move an amendment to this mayoral minute by adding a point H that the 24-25 financial year contain a budget allocation for a multicultural festival to be hosted, preferably in the West Ward. But anyway, yes, I would like to have point H added to.
I'm happy to accept the amendment. I'm happy to accept the amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I want to move an additional amendment on top of Councillor Luxford's amendment, and I set those to David. Firstly, in C, between basically where it says acknowledges that many people in our community, including women, and then before it says people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, put in members of the Jewish community in there, if you'll accept that one, in C. Well, as basically, I'm not saying in that order, but just to put in that sentence. And in so basically, will you accept, Madam Mayor, putting in members of the Jewish community, as well as all the other peoples that you've mentioned in point C? The other one, point D, after it says condemns all form of racism, discrimination, bullying, harassment, violence, and abuse. I'd like to add this includes the pro-Palestinian motorcade that went through Coogee on November 11th, 2023, on top of that line D. So will you accept those two amendments? Now, the reason I'm asking for these is that the Jewish community has felt a lot of anti-Semitism. I've basically been the receipt of a lot of texts about anti-Semitic stickers around. I've been in touch with council officers to have them removed, which to their credit they've done in a very speedy fashion. And other members, other councillors I know, because I've been in copy as well, have also been sent emails from the Jewish community about quite a lot of anti-Semitic graffiti, and to their credit, other councillors, which I won't name who, but have also acted to have those removed. So I think it's important in this type of motion, which I agree with the motion, the mayoral minute, to have those two amendments.
I will accept them if we also add to the people who have experiencing discrimination, people of Arabic or Middle Eastern descent. And in addition to people experiencing anti-Semitism, we also include Islamophobia.
That's okay with me, yeah.
And Palestinians.
Yeah, that's okay with me, yeah.
Yeah. Could I please ask Mr. Kelly to... let's give Mr. Kelly a moment to put up this amendment so we can actually all see what we're voting on. Palestinians and people of Arabic and Middle Eastern descent. Councillor Rosenfeld, the second part, which point were you putting that in? Condemns all forces of racism, discrimination. Could we add it in there, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, within the same line?
No,
or you want it as a separate line?
Yeah, no, basically added to D. So you've got D, you've got the one line in D, and then add a sentence to that, to D. Yeah.
So condemns all forms of racism, discrimination, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, bullying, harassment, violence and abuse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all good.
I can agree with up to and abuse, but then we've also got this other bit. This includes the pro-Palestinian motorcade that went through Coogee. Is this what you're proposing as well?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think, in my opinion, Madam Mayor, you should be supporting that.
Okay, take out the pro-Palestinian motorcade.
Are there any speakers? If not, I'll put it. Councillor Parker, did anyone want a bit more time to read it? Yeah. Councillor Luxford.
Sorry, Madam. If we're going to put in all the rest of these people in there, what about the European people who constantly get called wogs every second day of the week? Why aren't we in there and being discriminated against? Thanks very much. I mean, you know, how can we keep...
Councillors, I hope you can sort of consider the intent of this motion, which is that we've got councillors.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point of?
My point of order, 1511E, councillors bringing the meeting out of order, I should say, maintaining order.
Councillors, I hope you can sort of consider the good intent of this motion, which is to recognise that, you know, we've got Mardi Gras at the moment, we've got International Women's Day, we've got other events coming up.
Madam Mayor. According to the Code of Meeting Practice 15.8, you need to make a ruling on my point of order.
What was your point of order?
1511E.
Councillor Hamilton, I stood up and everyone remained silent, so there was no point of order because there was no disorder. I think the wording of the motion is quite clear. We know that we've got significant events on with Lunar New Year, Mardi Gras, International Women's Day, International Day for the Elimination of Racial Violence and Discrimination. Many, many events all during the year to celebrate all members of our community. I'm very happy to include Councillor Luxford's addition of a multicultural fair, which has been discussed for many years. I hope we can see that to realisation. And I'm happy to include the other points as long as they're balanced. If there are no further speakers, I will put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, I have an urgent motion. I've sent it through to Mr. Kelly.
Councillor Hamilton, could you tell us your motion and tell us why it is urgent?
I believe my motion is urgent. My motion is in relation to the Captain Cook statue being vandalised recently. And I believe it's urgent because I really believe that we should already have made a statement publicly that, coming from your office, coming from the council, condemning vandalism in our local general area, local government area. And I say that because for me, this is upsetting on two levels. One, of course, I just said that I wrote a book about the sculpture of that statue.
Councillor Hamilton, you'll need to stick to the point, which is why the matter is urgent.
The matter is urgent because it's just happened. We've just had the Captain Cook statue vandalised, and we don't have any communication to the community that one, that council staff have been made aware of it, two, the police have been informed, and that three, we condemn acts of vandalism in Randwick City Council. So it's just happened. I couldn't get it on the business paper in the normal fashion because it didn't happen Monday a week ago.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hay. We'll now put whether this is considered urgent. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We will now move to the urgent business as moved by Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As I said, for me this is a double whammy in the sense that Ellen Waugh, who I just said helped me very much write a book about the sculptor of that statue. And to hear that with her passing, and then to walk out on the street and see that a statue in our area with such a historical significance, this is why we have a Randwick and District Historical Society. It is to look back on our history, celebrate it, talk about it, debate it, do whatever we need to do. But as a council, it costs money to repair such vandalism. It costs money to repair the damage that has been done to that statue. So it's not just the paint, but there has been some physical damage to the structure itself, so structural damage to the sandstone, which is something that we just can't replace easily. This is something that was made by skilled hands a very, very long time ago. I think that it's really important that as a council we make it really clear that our neighbourhood doesn't stand for vandalism, and I believe that it's about time that we have something out there on social media using, doesn't have to be my exact words that I put in A and B, but I think something around that would really suffice, and tell our residents that we do care and that we do care about our public spaces.
Councillor Chappell, do you have a
I
question?
just have a question, yeah. Just through to the relevant officer. I note that the resolution requires the mayor to note that the statue was vandalised. I'm not sure I've seen a motion that directs the mayor like this before. Is this is this normal? It's usually the council, but I didn't know we could direct relevant.
Through to the general manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, the spokespeople for the council is the mayor and myself to do that. It's normally a matter for the council if they wish to do that, but if you're asking the council to, as a spokesperson, to be either the mayor or myself would do that.
Councillor Hayes, the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Captain Cook was a scientist and explorer. He is integral to the history of our local community, and his statue is it faces south because that is where Captain Cook first landed. And it is a great work of public art, it's a great work of public.
Councillor Burst, what is your point of order?
In accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice 15.11 E, inconsistent with maintaining order, I would like that other councillors remain silent while Councillor Hay is speaking.
Sure.
It is a great work of public art. It sits at the corner of Avoca and Belmore, right next to other sandstone buildings. It is the aesthetic of the area, it is the history of the area. We must do everything we can to maintain our heritage and to maintain all that is good in our area. The acts of vandalism are disgusting anywhere, but to not condemn vandalising our Captain Cook statue is disrespectful to art, disrespectful to history, and disrespectful to our community. And that's why I urge everyone to vote for this motion.
I had Councillor Pandolfini, then Councillor Chappell.
I just wanted to add an amendment. I suggested an amendment. I haven't sent that through, sorry, David. And that is that colonial statues are symbols of colonial oppression and are offensive to many in our community. And also another point that recommends that the statue be donated to the Maritime Museum.
I don't accept that amendment. I think it's outrageous.
We will now move to the amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Olive. Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Olive? Councillor Chappell? Yes. So no one wishes to speak to the amendment. I will speak to the, I won't, sorry, what am I doing? Councillor Rosenfield.
Yeah, I have to disagree with that. We need to respect the figures, the navigators that discovered our coastline. They basically in treacherous conditions, basically risked lives, lost a lot of their crew on the way to discover far-flung lands. I also remember reading a book on Captain Cook by Peter Fitzsimons, where he basically instructed his crew when they encounter basically natives only to use force in very much last resort. When they were both in Australia and New Zealand, and in fact they had a lot more confrontation, I should say, in New Zealand than in Australia. It was very much last resort. Captain Cook is
Point of order. Yeah. Did he just refer to First Nations people as natives?
No, well, in the book it said
I would like
natives.
you to retract that. Shouldn't be on the record. It's highly offensive.
Councillor Rosenfeld,
terminology.
do you wish to retract that piece of terminology?
Well, it was in the book, it said natives.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Has mine been finished?
1511E, Councillor Pandolfini.
I'm just listening to Councillor Pandolfini. I'm seeing if Councillor Rosenfeld will respond.
15.8, you haven't made a rule. You have not ruled. You have ruled that Councillor Pandolfini has a point of order. Is that what your ruling is?
I'm waiting to see. Councillor Pandolfini called a point of order against Councillor Rosenfeld. I have asked Councillor Rosenfeld before you interrupted. Excuse me.
So you have ruled
Councillor
that
Hamilton.
Councillor Pandolfini's point of order is in order.
You've
ruled for her point of order.
I'm giving Councillor Rosenfeld the opportunity to retract,
I'm sorry,
to clarify
Madam
whether
Mayor,
that is what he meant.
according to Code of Meeting
May I
Practice
listen
15.8,
to Councillor
you need to make a
Rosenfeld?
ruling for or against Councillor Pandolfini's point of order.
I'd like to ask you to lower your voice, Councillor Hamilton. I would like if you could sit down and we will listen
won't
to
be
Councillor
seated until
Rosenfeld's response.
Madam Mayor, you need to make a ruling on 15, according to 15.8 in the Code of Meeting Practice.
As I've tried to explain to you, but you have difficulty understanding, I have asked Councillor Rosenfeld for clarification. He was not able to finish clarifying that before you stood up. I have asked Councillor Rosenfeld to clarify what he was saying.
And Madam Mayor, Councillor Rosenfeld is not required to respond to you until you, according to 15.8, you need to rule for or against Councillor Pandolfini's
Councillor
point of
Hamilton,
order.
I'm entitled to ask a question of the Speaker.
Actually, no. According to the Code of Meeting Practice, you have to make a ruling on the point of order immediately. You
I
can't continue to
wanted
debate
Councillor
or speak.
Rosenfeld to repeat what he said because I needed to hear it again.
Madam Mayor, you need to
I
make
can't
a ruling.
rule on a point of order when I may have missed a word. So I am asking Councillor Rosenfeld to repeat what he said.
Councillor Pandolfini called a point of order.
Councillor Hamilton, I hope you'll
you need to
understand
make-
that
you
I'm
need to
not
make
going
a
to
ruling.
rule on a point of order when I asked the Speaker to repeat what they said so I could decide whether it was a point of order. Now, would you like me to rule on a point of order when I am not clear on the exact wording?
Okay, so then you're asking Councillor Pandolfini to repeat her point of order before you can make
I
a ruling
am
on a
asking
point of order.
Councillor Pandolfini called a point of order.
And you need to make a
I
ruling on that
missed
point
the
of order.
wording of what Councillor Rosenfeld
Madam
was
Mayor,
referring
you need
to
to make a
there.
ruling on that point of order.
Councillor Hamilton,
Are
I
you
think
for
you're
or
being
against?
vexatious.
No, I'm actually following exactly what it says here. It says that if there's a point of order being called, you need to make a ruling on the point of order. So do you rule for or against Councillor Pandolfini's point of order?
I'm not ruling on it because I did not hear exactly what Councillor Rosenfeld said. Therefore, I have respectfully asked him to repeat what he said so I can make a ruling.
Madam Mayor,
Do you have a problem with that, Councillor
I do,
Hamilton?
because
Do you think I should make a ruling on a point of order when I
Yes.
missed the exact wording?
you need to make a ruling
That's
on a
nonsensical.
point of order as pointed out by Councillor Pandolfini. So what Councillor Pandolfini said, according to the Code of Meeting Practice, you need
Okay,
to make
we
a
will
ruling
pause.
for or
We will
against.
pause the meeting and I will ask Mr. Kelly to get the tape and I will listen back to the tape before I make the ruling. And we will pause this meeting and we will take however long it needs
Question
for
through
Councillor,
you,
for
Madam
Mr.
Mayor,
Kelly
to
to
the
get
relevant
the
officer.
tape so I can listen to what it was that Councillor Rosenfeld said. Alternatively, Councillor Rosenfeld could simply, with Councillor Hamilton's indulgence, repeat what he said so I can make a ruling.
No.
However, if we prefer, we can pause this meeting and all go and have a break for about 45 minutes, and Mr. Kelly can retrieve the recording so I can listen to it.
Madam Mayor, I believe that your inability to rule on Councillor Pandolfini's point of order would call a 15.9 motion of dissent.
Councillor Hamilton, we are about to go to a point where I'm going to delay this meeting and listen to the tape.
Under what code of meeting practice would you...
Because Councillor Pandolfini called a point of order on a particular word.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear whether it was if that what was said. I missed it, the exact wording. I would like Councillor Rosenfeld to repeat what he said so I can make a ruling.
And so you're bringing the meeting out of
Councillor, I'm going to delay this meeting. We're going to cause a pause in this meeting, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kelly for a tape. Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, don't delay the meeting.
I don't wish to delay the meeting.
The point is...
There is one
there is
councillor
no
in this room who is delaying this meeting.
Vexatious councillor.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Are you serious? You're just allowing some...
Sorry,
point
can
of
I ask a
order.
question? Are we actually currently on a break?
The situation is willing to explain it.
Point of order.
And then we can move forward. So I think you should rule and stand up as you are and then allow the person to answer the question. Let's move forward.
I have a question from Councillor Chappell.
My question is, are we actually currently on a break to do that? Because it just seemed like it was yelling.
I have requested clarification, but I'm not able to obtain it at this stage. So I would respectfully ask Councillor Hamilton if she will allow Councillor Rosenfeld to repeat what he said so I can rule on the point of order.
Madam Mayor, you know that that's not the order of things. That's the challenge that I'm putting to you, is that a point of order was called, and the point of order was outrage, where in the code of meeting practice is there...
Councillor Hamilton, at any one time in this room, there are people chatting, there are distracting things going on in the room. A point of order was called. It was on a particular wording. I asked Councillor Rosenfeld if he could repeat what he said so I can rule on it. It is just common sense, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm outraged by... No, it's not common sense. Not at all. It's actually nonsensical. Because Councillor mentioned her point of order and you have not made a ruling whether you agree or not with her point of order.
I just don't think I can explain this for much longer, but I will, if Councillor Hamilton is not willing to allow for Councillor Rosenfeld to repeat what he said, we will pause and I will ask to listen to the tape.
Actually,
so I can rule on this point of order.
The more sensible thing to do, Madam Mayor, would be to follow the code of meeting practice, call Councillor Pandolfini's point of order out of order, so it's not a point of order at all, because she's just outraged by something, and then allow Councillor Rosenfeld to continue.
I did not hear. I wanted Councillor Rosenfeld to... It's a simple request. I don't see what the issue is here.
Because you haven't ruled on whether it's a point of order or not.
If there's no Councillor Olive...
A question to the relevant officer. If a point of order is called that requires investigation, for example, it could be something like saying something abusive or that, is it appropriate for the chair to investigate that particular issue, to take time to investigate that particular issue before calling whether the point of order is relevant or not?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, strictly in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, the Mayor must rule on the point of order. That's strict in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. I've seen in the past where this has been, the matter's been pressed, which which is being pressed tonight. Normally the councillor that has raised the point of order would then remove her point of order. The council would continue. The mayor would then hear what had to be said, what be heard. The council would then get back up and say, point of order, Madam Mayor, this is what's happened. The mayor would hear that. Unfortunately, the code, and Councillor Hamilton is correct, it says it must. It just says it must rule straight away. That is the dilemma when it's pressed that we have now.
Councillors, with respect, because I did not hear the exact wording to the letter, and there was quite a serious point of order raised, but I don't feel I will wish to comment on it because I did respectfully ask for it to be repeated. That request has been blocked, therefore I will rule on no point of order. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, basically all it was is an extract from a book by Peter Fitzsimons talking about Captain Cook. It was a biography of Captain Cook, and Captain Cook, when he spoke to his crew, he then basically said that when you go on land, then and when you're engaging with natives on the land, so. And that's in quote. That's basically in the book. So yeah, that's what I meant. So and that's my comment on the amendment.
Councillor Olive.
Can I just ask a question of Councillor Rosenfeld about the book? Isn't it?
Are there any other speakers on the amendment as put by Councillor Pandolfini, seconded by Councillor Olive? Are there any further speakers? If there are no further speakers, I will put the amendment. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the amendment lost. We will now move to the foreshadowed amendment put by Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The foreshadowed amendment is very basic. It is just that the council do all of these things rather than that the mayor do all of these things. Because I think it's clearly a concern shared around the table that the statue was vandalised and that vandalism is a problem in the community. And I think it would be quite strange to require the mayor to say this rather than having it as the position of council, which is clearly the intention.
I'll accept that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. I think the General Manager made it really clear that I'm just pointing out the figurehead, respectfully as well, that it would come from the Mayor rather than the Council. So I was just trying to be respectful to the position.
If there's no other speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Councillors, we did actually miss one of the supplementary mayoral minutes, MM7/24, planning proposal and draft planning agreement on 118 to 130 Epsom Road and 905 South Dowling Street, Zetland. This was a planning proposal that many of you may be familiar with, particularly those in the West Ward. It's for a large new development on the former Sutton site in Zetland, just very close by to West Kensington and the residents of West Kensington. I personally, and I'm sure many of the other councillors, have received many objections to this when it was on public exhibition last year. This proposal has recently been approved by the Planning Minister. However, the provision that had been, everyone thought had been agreed to, which was and put forward by City of Sydney, which was for on-site affordable housing, has been removed from that proposal. So there will be no on-site affordable housing. This is during the debates now we are having about the need for affordable housing, about upzonings. And I will note that while the residents of Randwick and across Sydney and New South Wales are being lumped with rezonings, these large developers seem to be immune from those types of considerations, and therefore I commend the motion, which is to oppose this on the grounds of no affordable housing, and note the concerns of the residents of West Kensington in particular regarding the towers and traffic and many other impacts, which has been noted on the previous staff report on this matter last year. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, just a question through to the relevant officer. When I moved my motions last year regarding this very proposal, we were seeking legal advice as to the validity of the planning proposal and how we could perhaps fight the proposal in court and get a better deal for our residents. So I would like to know where we're up to with that, because I believe we have sought further legal advice now that the actual or part of the proposal has been approved.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did seek additional advice in terms of any failings in terms of the process associated with the planning proposal. That just recently has come to Council, and our officers just need to review that and then advise the Council accordingly.
Councillor Luxford, did you wish to speak any further? Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing this to our attention. As you recall, this is the development I brought to the Council with 200 signatures opposed, over 200 signatures opposed to this development. It's heartbreaking to see that this was approved by the state government, and if there's any chance of fighting it and getting it to stop happening, then we still need to keep fighting. So by all means, let's give this a go. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Chappell was next, actually, and then Councillor Said.
I just want to associate myself with the concerns here about the removal of affordable housing, and note that affordable housing is never increased in final proposals, despite the clearly growing need and the many statements from everybody that it is very necessary. And I think we need to have a really strong line on this as a council, because it's one thing to deliver this amount of housing, and I think, you know, there's certainly some positives with the proposal, but doing it without any affordable housing is just something the community cannot be asked to swallow.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
And to go along those lines, Madam Mayor, I find it very ironic that Sydney City Council is holding a affordable housing summit, yet they're the ones who actually, as a council, voted against accepting building the affordable housing. So if you like, I don't know the wording, but could you please include it as a point C, if your intention, to write to the Mayor of Sydney City Council and providing our and the councillors that they've agreed to withdraw the affordable housing content of this and take the money.
Sorry, Councillor Said, would you mind just giving us the exact wording of that? Do you want us to just send them this resolution, the detail of this resolution? Would that be?
Way, if you would consider as a point C to also write to the Mayor of Sydney City Council expressing our disappointment that they've removed the affordable housing component to this LEP or to this plan that was going to be built. There was apparently 30 units that were going to be affordable housing, and all of them were withdrawn. And instead, they've taken a developer contribution. And yet at the same time, they're holding a forum about affordable housing. It's ironic.
Thank you, Councillor Sed. I believe it's Lord Mayor Clovermore. So, yes. Councillor Lux, would you have a question?
No, just a point. That the address needs to be noted as Link Road and not South Dowling Street, because that address of South Dowling Street does not exist.
I believe it's the address noted in the DA, but we will check that. Thank you, Councillor Luxford. If there's no further discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We will now go to the reports and in seriatim, CP2/24, variations to development standards under clause 4.6, 1st of November 2023 to 31st of January 2024. Are there any challenges? It's unchallenged. CP3/24, reports from Fire and Rescue New South Wales, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Sorry, Councillor Chappell, sorry. So sorry. CP4/24, Sydney Artificial Reef Dive Rec Proposal, Councillor Hamilton. CP5/24, New South Wales, Councillor Olive. CP6/24, Randwick Local Planning Panel, appointment of members. I think there were some councillors who had to declare. Were those councillors declaring an interest, intending to, can you remind me, you're all intending to vote? Yeah, okay, so that's unchallenged. Are we required, do we need I don't believe a record of voting was required, therefore unchallenged. CS1/24, Cycleways and Bicycle Facilities Advisory Committee, November 23, unchallenged. CS2/24, Nargle Park Lighting Trial, Councillor Chappell. CS3/24, can you please wait until I've read it? Transport Mode Hierarchy and Active Transport Strategy, Councillor Hay. CS4/24, Coogee Oval Lights, unchallenged. CS5/24, Maroubra Surf Club Redevelopment Memorandum of Understanding, Councillor Chappell. Oh, you have to finish. I'm sorry, just please wait till I finish reading them out. CO1/24, Investment Report, November 2023, unchallenged. CO2/24, Investment Report, December 2023, unchallenged. CO3/24, Investment Report, January 24, unchallenged. CO4/24, Monthly Financial Report for the 30th of November 2023, 31st of December 2023, and the 31st of January 2024, unchallenged. CO5/24, 2023 to 24, Quarterly Progress Report, Councillor Pandolfini. CO6/24, Quarterly Budget Review, December 2023. CO7/24, 2024, National General Assembly of Local Government, unchallenged. CO8/24, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Minutes, December 2023, unchallenged. CO9/24, Investment Policy, Councillor Olive. I will now move the unchallenged items. Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. So we will now move to CP3/2024, Reports from Fire and Rescue New South Wales. Moved by Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. Just moving as per the business papers.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Chappell, do you wish to speak?
I just actually have a question.
through to, what was your question?
My question is just if you look at the locations that they have identified as potentially having fire risk, they're all in a fairly close proximity to each other. So it does very much look like they just walk down one street. And I was wondering whether I could just get a bit more information on what we do or what they do kind of area-wide, or if we have a referral process in place, because it's clearly very good that a whole bunch of buildings in this one location were identified. But I'd just love to be able to reassure the community about the kind of more strategic nature of this, because I haven't seen it come up before.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, did you wish to speak? Are there any other speakers? Oh, sorry, your question, through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These reports are sometimes made by Fire New South Wales when they are actually making sort of random inspections, but also as a result of complaints that are made to Fire New South Wales. And I think these particular buildings I think have a similar issue in terms of the issues with the operation of the fire hydrants, which is also a particular issue with the water pressure in the city water system. So yeah, it can come as a result of the Fire New South Wales doing their own inspections or as a result of a complaint.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, did you wish to speak? Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried. We now move to Director City Planning Report number CP4/24, Sydney Artificial Reef Dive Wreck Proposal, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Parker.
Can I just I'm basically moving it in accordance with the business paper, but I need to make some recommendations to this. So that council proceeds and provides in principle support to the proposal to create an artificial reef by the Gordon Space Scuba Diving Club. So there was a bit of indecision in this recommendation, but I feel that we've received a lot of information over the years from, in particular, the Gordon Space Scuba Diving Club. When we received a briefing on this a little while ago, what I found very encouraging was the information around the case study HMAS Adelaide and the fact that colonisation by sea life has been rapid, with fish species increasing from 3 to 17 species over the first 6 months and to 31 by the 5-year survey. I think that really does speak so well for an initiative such as this. I'm an ex-Navy person. Of course, I've got a vested interest in, I'd love to see a Navy ship scuttled off the shoreline here. It would be, I think, a really fantastic thing for all residents to enjoy. I know we've got some coastal walkway people that would love to have some, glasses to see some boats heading out there and able to see the spot. I think we would also be able to put up a nice plaque to say that that particular ship is in, which exact direction out in the water, and a bit of a history of that ship's service to protect our nation during its commissioning. So I really do support this. I think that the team that have been working for years and years and years, you heard from the speaker, Mr. John Rowe, that they have something that make a profit of $1,700 such dollars. They're not in it to make millions of dollars. They love scuba diving. They want other people to enjoy scuba diving. This is the whole, what basically is at the core of this initiative, and that is to enable people to enjoy the water as much as possible. But I really would like everyone to reflect on the stats that show that the HMAS Adelaide case study has really produced some fantastic benefits to the marine life. And so it's not all doom and gloom. I know that the project itself has to go through extensive, levels of, government first and foremost, and then checks and balances. Plus, we heard that they've conducted a quite extensive, comprehensive economic study, plus environmental study as well. So these measures need to be followed very closely before we even see the ship coming down our waterways before it's scuttled. And I believe that the people that will be involved in that would follow every single, New South Wales EPA Act to a T. So I have full faith in the ability, is basically what I'm saying, of the people involved in scuttling this ship, full faith in their ability to do it in the best possible way, as environmentally conscious and everything else as possible. And I believe that we will gain so much from this. So I really hope that this gets support, and all I'm asking for is that we provide in-principle support. There's still many years ahead, and there's a lot that needs to happen before we'll see a decommissioned Navy ship coming down our waterways and being sunk.
Councillor Parker as the seconder.
I waive my seconding rights.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Olive.
Yes, if I remember the business case, it said Coogee, that so they wanted to scuttle this ship off of Coogee. That puts it right in the prohibited activity zone, where the submarine cables are. So so I think that so if we agree to this letter, it will not be seen as something which is a tentative support or a support for an EIS. It will be seen as support for the whole project, and be used in that particular way that that Randwick Council want this, and so they would like it to go ahead, and it would be. So what we would be actually saying, or could be saying, is that we would like it to go ahead in some sort of area where it's illegal to actually go ahead. And I think that that's not a good look for council, and so I would argue against providing a letter of support on that particular basis alone. I think that there are a number of other imponderables, and I'm not sure exactly how the residents feel, of Maroubra Beach. How does the Maroubra Surf Clubs feel, about this being proposed in front of Maroubra Beach, which is, from what I can see, where this might easily occur, or it could be further down, in front of, in front of, Botany Bay. But it certainly would not, from this map, be in Coogee, but it will look like council is supporting that it be scuttled in some area which it would be not legal to do so. So I would disagree with this letter of support and this particular motion.
Thank you, Councillor Olive. Councillor Nielsen.
I'm vehemently opposed to this proposal for a whole host of reasons. The only people I can see benefiting from this perhaps are the diving community, but it's not the ordinary diving community in the sense of a little old person like me with my snorkel and goggles and whatever, heading out. We all know that the depth that this will be sunk to is for people who've got very, very expensive equipment. So there won't be a lot of people actually able to be part of enjoying this this wreck. I'm also concerned about the environmental concerns, the maintenance costs. I think Coogee Beach already faces challenges with water quality and runoff issues. Introducing a sunken ship into this delicate ecosystem could exacerbate these problems and have detrimental effects on marine life and the surrounding environment. The cost of decommissioning and decontaminating and sinking was estimated, and this is in their report, in 2015 as 6 to 10 million. It would obviously be far more than that now. The report states that there's no clear sort of funding as yet, but why would council put its name to something that has no funding? I'm sure that most of us would prefer funding go to some other much more worthy cause if there's money to be splashed around. That's a bad pun, I realise, with the scuba diving thing. And I just think we should not provide in principle support to this proposal. and we should explore alternative solutions that prioritise environmental conservation and the well-being of all beachgoers. So I certainly urge my fellow councillors not to provide the in-principle support, and I foreshadow an amendment if this unfortunately is supported. I mean the motion in front of us.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm probably alone in the fact that I do support the creation of an artificial reef. I think it's a great idea, but I think we are premature in signing off on something like this and saying we in principle support it without knowing the environmental impacts. I think our community kind of does expect us to be a bit more on top of that. This is not a project without friends. I mean, the list of people they went through who have already indicated support to the project is quite substantial. So I think, you know, kidding ourselves that it hinges on whether Randwick says that we in principle support it or don't is not quite realistic. But I do think, like, I've had residents email with some concerns about it. A lot of them have, their specific concerns are about the boat itself. So, I mean, I'd love more information to understand why dumping a boat on the bottom of the ocean is a great idea as opposed to some of these new kind of higher tech reef systems, which can be quite beautiful. I understand they don't have the romance of a boat yet, but I know that technology is coming along really fast. So I think, you know, I really appreciate the effort the club has put into this. They really care about this. They want to create an asset for the area, but we want to make sure that it really does preserve the area and contribute to the area, and that it doesn't have these unintended environmental impacts.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Hay.
Councillors, I want to see the environmental impact statement, and that's why I want to vote for this motion. If this goes through, then there will be the $500,000 funding from the state government to do, or however much it costs, to do the environmental impact statement. Let's vote for this so we can have the environmental impact statement. And as the speaker, Mr. John Rose, said, all the fears about that have been overblown, but, and I'm certainly the environmental impact statement will say that, but if I'm wrong, we'll have an environmental impact statement and then we can debate that. Let's not make conjecture. Let's send this off with our approval, with our blessing. Let's let the state government write an environmental impact statement and then we know more. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Chappell.
Yes, sorry, just through the relevant officer, I think Councillor Hay there said that it implied that the state government funding was contingent on our support. That was not my understanding.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my understanding that this is really just seeking council's in principle support for a petition to go to the state government to be debated and then for a decision to be made by the state government.
Are there any other speakers on the motion as put by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Parker? All those in favour? All those against? No. I declare but the motion was carried.
I had a foreshadowed amendment, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Nielsen, the motion was carried.
So I won't complain, but maybe my fellow councillor here can do me a point of order, but I would honestly think that we should be following, after coming up with something like this, we should be, first of all...
A point of order.
Councillor Nielsen, would you like to call for a division?
No, it's not a point of division. It's a question of we should be surveying our residents as to know whether or not they approve this before we go further.
Councillor Nielsen, unfortunately, we have voted on the motion. I would like my name recorded against. Councillor Olive. So, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Nielsen, and the Mayor would like their names recorded against. We now move to CP5/24 New South Wales Government Housing Reforms Randwick City Council submission, moved by Councillor Olive.
I would like to commend this submission. It's a bit confusing as to sort of how we deal with this, but I suppose I'd like to commend the motion with a change that it become amended rather than interim. Mr. Kelly is going to bring up sort of my particular amendments here, I would like to make some amendments to the submission. I'd like to commend Council on the brilliant job they've done in putting forward this submission and wording this in a particular way which is not direct but gets the point across. However, I think that as Council and councillors, we are rather than staff, we can make the point clearer and sharper by making a few amendments to this particular submission. First of all, I'd like to add, in page 50, an update of paragraph 2. Well, update paragraph 1 because that's just I'm talking about it being an interim document, but look at paragraph 2 and remove and replace it to read, however, in the case of low and mid-rise housing forms, we strongly oppose a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to residential development. Councillor Hamilton earlier, with the earlier motion, referred to it as one-size-fits-all. And so, this is consistent with her particular description previously. So I think putting that in there gives that a sharper focus as to exactly how we feel about the New South Wales Government's housing reforms. The second amendment I'd like to make is on page 53, is to add a section with the final recommendation would be the New South Wales Government develop a new basic energy target for buildings up to 5 stories and bring them into line with those residential buildings 6 stories and above. This is because, and Council has previously, with the design set, made a similar kind of submission before, but it's not in this document. But we know with these housing reforms that from 400 to 800 metres away from town centre or metro or light rail, that there will be an uplift in housing to 16 metres or 4 stories. So that means that if there's and if you go around and have a look, say at Coogee, around in the R3 zones where this would occur, you have 3-storey buildings. So what you are likely to have is people knocking down 3-storey buildings to build 4-storey buildings, but without the basic energy targets that you would have with buildings which were above that, which were 6 stories and above. So with the other, as it says here, development typologies. I apologise to council staff in the back and forward here. I've plagiarised some of their wording, so I hope they don't mind. So that I think is something that could be added to strengthen the ideas of this submission around sustainability and the sustainability set, and how that would impact with these particular reforms. Then the third amendment that I would like to make is on page 56, and remove the last 2 sentences of paragraph 3 and replace it to read, and it has a section there where it would be replaced to read, we're redeveloping public housing sites. We ask the state government to maintain these sites for public housing. So we have a number of public housing estates in this LGA. If with these housing, if the state government decides, to knock down and redevelop any of these sites, that they should still be maintained for public housing. The submission at the moment indicates that, if that was to occur, the suggestion is if that was to occur, that it should be at least 50% should be maintained for social and affordable housing. So not specifically public housing, but...
Councillor Olive, are you able to wrap up?
I will sit down and I will commend that motion.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to speak?
What's that?
No. Are there any other speakers? I will then put the motion as amended by Councillor Olive. So we're voting on the motion. Do we know other speakers? Councillor Hay?
I'll foreshadow us for the business paper.
All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Declare that lost. We will now move to the foreshadowed motion by Councillor Hay. Moved by Councillor Hay, seconded by Councillor Luxford. Is there any debate?
Movers for the business paper, no, I'll reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Luxford. Are there any other speakers? If there is no discussion, I will put it as per the business papers. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We will now move to Director City Services Report, CS2/24, Nagle Park Lighting Trial. Challenged by Councillor Chappell. CS2/24 on page 83.
Just moving as per the business paper, please.
Seconded by, thank you, Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Do you wish to speak?
Yes. I'll second it. On you speak. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
So Councillor Chappell, you reserved your right to speak.
No, I don't reserve my right to speak.
Oh, sorry, I thought you did. I apologise.
No, it's okay.
Apologise.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I mainly just wanted to note... I mainly just wanted to note something which I was then probably going to turn into a question, because I know the council officers have done a significant amount of work on making sure this works, and I think the community all really appreciates that. This area is going to get denser, and so kind of having an active area that they can access more of the time is a very positive thing. I note that in the report it talks about increased conflicts, particularly around dogs and other things. I understand council has some strategies in response to those, but I just wondered, going forward, kind of what are our plans for communicating and for dealing with those conflicts? Should they continue?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, the word conflict, I believe, is in reference to the interaction or the increased interactions between different user groups, not so much fighting physical conflicts, but the essence of the recommendation in the council report is to remove the interaction for potential conflict by giving both parties designated areas to participate in their activities.
Councillor Chappell, you've concluded? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I'd like to commend Ryan Zammit through you, Todd, for this report, and I think it's a fair compromise. Just so everyone can recall, I brought the motion to do the trial for the lights. We had 94% in favour when we did the consultation, and I do understand, and Ryan did explain to me that yes, the rugby club has some concerns in relation to some minor issues. So having this compromise where the lights will be right at the eastern part of the park, and the sport can be played on all 5 days. Ensures that the residents that use the lights in the winter will stick in those areas away from the sports field. So I think it's a great compromise. I've actually spoken to a few people at the park, and they agree with the compromise, and they think it's quite fair as well. So yeah, I fully commend it and thank Ryan Zammit and his hard work in this, and the community will be really appreciative of it, and I'm sure the sporting club will be as well. And it's not just people exercising dogs. I have seen a lot of people doing unorganised sport there in the winter. If you've got people going down with the footy and what have you, because there's lights there, which is really good. Good to see that they can now go down there. Maroubra residents coming from, even from outside Maroubra, I've been told. So commend Ryan Zammit on this, yep, let's vote it through.
Is there any other speakers? Councillor Burst.
I'd just like to commend Councillor Rosenfeld on this, his vision to bring forward this motion initially. It's about getting health and fitness into our community, and doing that for Maroubra is a great thing. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your vision for this great initiative.
If there's no further speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CS3/24, Transport Mode Hierarchy and Active Transport Strategy, challenged by Councillor Hay.
I'd like to move this in amended form. I've sent that through to Mr. Kelly. Councillors, on the 10th of February, there was a Let's Chat held in West Ward. The biggest and most contentious issue was the Doncaster Avenue cycleway. That project has taken a wide street and made it narrow, increased risk to safety, and taken away many parking spaces, and has met with great community resentment. There was palpable anger felt by the community, and I can safely say people would not want a cycleway built on their ward. It was originally meant to be a 3-part construction, but the section south of Barker Street has been definitely cancelled. Now, okay, to point B. The section that has been built that connects UNSW Lower Campus to the Sydney CBD. It is projected to be by far the busiest section of any cycleway in Randwick City, but to my observations, the number of cyclists are far lower than might have been expected. If there are 30,000 USW students on Kensington campus and 1% cycle, that's around 300 trips each way every day. But we haven't been getting numbers anywhere close to that. But I can accept that UNSW to the Sydney CBD has a compelling business case. I do not accept that we have compelling business cases for cycleways anywhere else in Randwick City. I'd like to reiterate there is still work to do on that link. I've made a previous motion saying it should be safer for cyclists to cross Allison Road, and that work by all means should continue. A cycleway, now remember, a cycleway typically requires the removal.
All speakers are to be heard in silence. Thank you.
Cycleways, as we know, typically require the removal of a lane of traffic or the removal or a very significant impact on the number of parking spaces. They are met with great community resentment. And seeing as the section south of Barker Street has been indefinitely postponed, which we can accept likely means it is cancelled without using the word, perhaps we should call it here and say we don't need additional cycleways now that. Okay. Now we do need to improve the links that connect. Yes. So the one part of that cycleway south of Houston Road is the intersection of Gardeners and General Bridge Crescent with Houston Road. There's frequently a lot of traffic built up when you're heading south and trying to turn right or go straight ahead into General Bridges Crescent. Now, part of the cycleway plans were that we were going to have a change in that in that intersection. What we should do is write to Roads and Maritime Services and Bayside Council and try to improve that intersection, assuming there is no cycleway that gets built. Also, we have, if we go through the motion more generally, there's a priority listing. We have put cyclists at 2 and public transport at 3. Now, a cyclist is one person going past a given point. A bus is about 70 people going through a given point. The light rail has 450 people moving past any given point. What we need to do is, we are a city of something like 160,000 residents. We have to talk about, we have to make our policies reflect the fact that we need to move large numbers of residents very quickly to where they're going. Now, without compromising on safety, what we should do is we should look at putting public transport as the second priority above cyclists. And I'm a cyclist myself. I enjoy riding, but the fact is, a lot of cyclists don't want to use the cycleway because it doesn't efficiently get you to where you need to be. Firstly, the cycleway may not be built on the route that you're going, but also the cycleway is narrow. You can very easily hit a car that's coming in or out of a driveway or an open door. And if you go to, for example, on the current cycleway on Doncaster and Ascot Street, you're forced into a very sharp turn. That's fine if you're going, say, 20 k's an hour, but if you wanted to go 30 or 40 k's an hour and get to where you're going quickly, it's very hard to do that on a cycleway, which is why a lot of cyclists don't want to use it. Thanks very much.
Councillor Hamilton.
I would just say that I concur with everything that Councillor Hayes said, but the main thing for me, myself, I think that public transport moving to number 2 and riding moving down to number 3, it's realistic with our, the users in our community. I mean, people getting to work on time, every time, it should be a really high priority for us. And public transport is what they most use every day to get to work. I don't believe that we will see a great portion of public transport users move to riding if riding was sitting at number 2 over public transport. I can't see that happening. It's not, for a lot of people, it's a fair weather sport. It's something that if there's rain, you just won't see it. It's also pretty unsafe. Roads are pretty slippery and we've got light rail tracks and stuff as well to deal with. So I think it's reasonable to say that we move public transport, swap them around, public transport and riding. It just makes more sense, I think. But well done, Councillor Hay.
I had Councillor Pandolfini, then Councillor Parker.
I disagree with Councillor Hayes' statements made, and also would like to ask through to the relevant officer that changing around the priorities in the middle of a meeting, does this go against the New South Wales government priorities? And if we aren't aligned, then will we have issues with getting funding for our projects?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the active transport strategy and the hierarchy was developed in line with the Transport for New South Wales guidelines, similar to the strategic documents that they themselves had adopted for that particular order. I'm unable at this point to confirm should any change to that hierarchy be made, whether we would or would not be successful in future grant funding.
Could you also confirm that we have actually lost some grant funding recently due to changes that were made on the go again in the meeting?
Through to the Director of City Services. Sorry.
Sorry, through yourself, Madam Mayor. Recently, Council had an funding application, I believe, for close to $400,000 for a project, a corridor project, be reduced slightly, I think, to $350,000, just to consider more pedestrian activity along a route.
Thank you. I guess I just also want to say that these comments by Councillor Hay also go quite seriously against the motion that we passed at the beginning of the meeting that stated that we have full confidence in our staff's research and the projects and the reports that they put on the table. These are observations, they are not research. You cannot say that people don't use a bike lane because you sometimes ride down there, and that you don't think people are going to ride on bikes because you don't think so. That is not research, that is a vibe. And we're changing serious research and serious work and serious reports on a vibe, and that is extremely concerning to me. And I also would like to say that this kind of corrects what we've been doing for the past decades, where we have prioritised a particular modes of transport. So it's not about wiping things out, it's about reprioritisation and moving funding around and actually making sure that people can have access to proper pathways and to proper footpaths and to bike lanes if they wish, and that young kids can get to school and that we can get to work, because it isn't a whim and it isn't something that people don't do in rain. That isn't based on any research. What is also not based on any research is that bike lanes mean you lose whole lanes of traffic. That is not a fact. It's another vibe. And it's really dangerous to be putting out this kind of thoughts and vibes in a council meeting that don't have any research behind them when we're talking about the way people getting around our LGA.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually just have a question first to the relevant officer. Could I please get some clarification as to your interpretation as to what the implications of point B and C would actually mean as it relates to Council's ongoing existing commitments to cycleways, the cycleway priority routes, and whether or not, in your view, it would envisage a major change in policy?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I would read point B as when we look at council officers are to look at the bicycle route construction priority list. We only consider the revised list for cycleways that link the UNSW and the Sydney CBD.
Just in relation, just to follow up, just in relation to that in particular, so that would essentially be resolving that in considering construction, that would be what we're looking at, to the exclusion of other cycleways routes which council has already resolved. Is that correct?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Councillor Parker, do you wish to speak?
No, I have one follow-up. Can I just get some clarification as to how you would interpret point C?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Point C, I would interpret that as we would write to the appropriate Department of Transport for New South Wales, neighbouring council Bayside, seeking a form of collaboration or support to link the stage 3 cycleway that should it not proceed via Transport for New South Wales further funding.
Sorry, just
or should it not be funded in the future?
Yeah, sure. But to be clear, there's been no indication from either Transport for New South Wales or a resolution of council expressly cancelling that section. Is that correct? It just hasn't been funded.
Through to Todd Clark.
Sorry, that is correct, Councillor Parker. Should it not be funded or not be continued in the future, but we haven't received notice of that effect.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Look, I actually don't have any issues with point A. I do understand that there is some concern around it. I do very strongly have concerns around point B and point C. D would need to be slightly reworded, just to returning it to approve the draft active transport strategy for community consultation. I'd like to suggest to the mover of the motion that they might like to consider removing those. Otherwise, I'd like to foreshadow. Well, I'd like to move an amendment to strike out point B and C, and to slightly amend D, which would be renumbered as B, to remove the word subject to these changes.
Councillor Hay, do you accept the amendments?
No, I'll try to move this as is.
Okay, we'll now move to the amendment as moved by Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor Nielsen.
Look, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The reason I don't support the motion as drafted and are seeking to amend it is there is a draft transport strategy which we're seeking to put on consultation. The proposed point B and C would be quite a significant change on the advice from the Director of City Services in relation to our cycleway route construction priorities. We have extensively gone to the community on various occasions going out in relation to the prioritisation of these particular routes. It would be a considerable change. In addition to that, we have put in a series of grant funding applications for resolved council cycleways. In the past, I think to make such a significant policy change without notice would, in my view, be a breach of faith with the community in relation to the various consultations which we have undertaken. I do understand that there are a variety of views as it relates to the respective merits of certain cycleways, including proposed ones. I have been known to have mixed views on particular ones, but my strong view is that the appropriate manner would be to provide some form of a due notice to the community in relation to that. I think as a result, I propose this amendment as it is a more appropriate middle ground, noting the minor amendment to point A, moving public transport up and cycling down. I think that it is a common sense middle ground, considering the rather significant departure which the Hay-Hamilton motion would bring to our cycle route prioritisation.
Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Pandolfini.
Can I foreshadow to move it as per the business paper, please?
Councillor Chappell.
I'll just speak to this. I mean, while I think this is better than the initial proposed amendment, given that, you know, that would entirely dud people in Central Ward and South Ward particularly of having access to active transport options, I still think it's an active transport strategy. It's about active transport. It's about talking about the users of our public spaces who are currently not as well represented and not as well serviced. I fully support public transport. I love public transport. I take it very, very regularly. But we have the state government looking after public transport, and you know, we may have concerns about when they cancel our buses, and that campaign hasn't quite returned them yet. You know, they have a whole agency doing this. They don't necessarily need us kind of second guessing that. I think the road users who really need us are the pedestrians who really don't, you know, have much of a lobby group, don't have much economic power, but are all of us at some point in time, and the cyclists who are increasing in number. And I've got to say, I use the Doncaster cycleway fairly frequently. And it is getting more and more trafficked. I mean, I, you know, have regularly got a little pack of riders to ride with down Anzac Parade, which is great because it's terrifying there because there's no cycleway yet. So I think we really do owe it to our community to kind of keep leading on this stuff. We've serviced cars really well. We do really well by public transport. Walkers and bike riders, you know, need a little bit of that love and a little bit of that support, and council is perfectly placed to do it. It's a really good strategy, and I just think we should go ahead with it as the officers have prepared it.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment, Councillor said?
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question to the relevant officer? When this does go, whichever proposal gets up, or even if it's out of the business paper, that list of priorities, when it goes to consultation, do we explain to the residents that funding, the priority of funding will go to in order of these, so that bicycles, and I think Councillor Chappell's right, public transport's not our domain, but it does need to be improved, that vehicles would be last, and that way people who, as you mentioned, the South Ward, we have no alternative. We don't have buses that go to the city anymore during the weekends and during the day. We also, if you try to get through Maroubra now, anyone who's tried to drive through Maroubra in the morning now, it takes 20 minutes to go 15 metres. And also, we've got South Ward Councillor too. We've got people screaming for stop signs, screaming for the arrow to be removed. We've got car situations every day, and that to be if it comes in the strategy, and we're saying that we're going to make cars the least of our problems, even though the fundamentals of council are rates, roads and rubbish, we're throwing away one of the fundamentals, which is roads. I don't understand why vehicles have become such a pariah. People do drive, there's no doubt about it, and it's getting more dangerous every day. Some people are just asking for simple stop signs at intersections, etc., and we're not doing it. And I can't understand how that has become the least of our priorities. So I just want to know, in this strategy, when it goes to consultation, are we saying, okay, we're going to put these in order and we forsake automobiles?
Was that a question? Through to the Director of City Services.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the best way probably to answer that question is the transport hierarchy will be exhibited to the public as it's presented in the council paper. The hierarchy, consistent with transport hierarchy, considers active transport, the environmental implications of those transport modes and the safety of people inside that hierarchy.
Councillor Parker, did you have a question, having already spoken?
No, it is relevant. I'm actually going to withdraw my amendment and foreshadow that in the event that Councillor Hay and Hamilton's motion fails and Councillor Chappell's foreshadowed motion also fails, that I will move the following text, amend the proposed transport hierarchy such that the public transport be number 2 and people riding be number 3 when considering the priorities in managing traffic and parking issues, and approve the draft active transport strategy for community consultation. So just to be clear, I'm foreshadowing moving that particular motion in the event that the motion in the name of Hamilton Hay loses and the motion in Chappell and another council loses. I will then move that.
So we will now move to the foreshadowed motion as amendment, as I've been informed that we've got to go back to the, sorry. It is actually, I've taken advice from the General Manager, we are actually moving to the amendment as moved by Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, our understanding is that there's a motion from Councillor Hay. There was an amendment by Councillor Parker, which has now been withdrawn. There was a foreshadowed amendment by Councillor Panafini. For that, now that the amendment has been withdrawn, Councillor Parker's amendment withdrawn, your foreshadowed, Councillor Panafini's foreshadowed amendment now becomes the amendment.
So we will now move to the amendment, foreshadowed amendment, moved by Councillor Pandolfini, seconded by Councillor Chappell. Is there any, which is as per the business paper? Councillor Hay, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, why are we going to foreshadowed amendment before mine's been
The General Manager did just explain that, but I will put it through to your question through to the General Manager.
Oh, foreshadowed amendment, okay.
So it was a foreshadowed amendment, which now, because there's no amendment on the books, because Councillor Parker withdrew his amendment, it becomes now the amendment of this particular item. So you have the motion, and Councillor Pandolfini now has the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to speak? Councillor Chappell as the seconder. Okay, we are now moving to the amendment moved by Councillor Pandolfini, seconded by Councillor Chappell, which is moving the recommendation as per the business papers. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Division. There's been a call for a division by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Pandolfini. All those in favour of the amendment, the recommendation as per the business papers, please raise your hands. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. I declare the amendment lost. We will now move to the foreshadowed amendment as moved by Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor Said, which is up on the screen. Oh, Councillor, apologies, Councillor Nielsen. Is there any discussion? Councillor Parker.
I had actually meant it as a foreshadowed motion. However, in this particular instance, I am happy to deal with it as such, as an amendment in this particular order. I have no further contribution to this. I commend this particular amendment to the council, noting it is a reasonable compromise position.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Are there any other speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Now becomes the motion. Is there any further debate?
Close the debate. I commend the motion to the floor. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion? All those against? Declare that carried. I now move to CS5/24 Maroubra Surf Club Redevelopment Memorandum of Understanding, moved by Councillor Chappell, challenged by Councillor Chappell. It is on page 105.
Just moving as per the business paper, please.
Oh, sorry.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Olive.
I just want to put an amendment to that, if I could, please. Just that an extra point saying that there'll be regular updates to the elected body by the delegated.
Councillor, could you please stand while you're speaking and put on your microphone?
I would like to amend this to add an extra point to say that there will be regular updates to the elected body by the delegated authority.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell has accepted that. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak?
Foreshadow an amendment.
Do you wish to put your amendment?
That we move as per the business paper.
I was just going to speak to it briefly. But is that an amendment now, or is that an amendment?
All right. Do you have a seconder for your, Councillor Chappell, do you accept the amendment, which is to move as per the
No.
business papers? Councillor, is there a seconder for Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld? We are now.
It's just foreshadowed, right?
It's an amendment.
It's an amendment.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor Luxford?
No, just to move as per the recommendation on the business paper.
Councillor Rosenfeld?
Yeah, no, just as per the recommendation, I look forward to seeing all the developments come in the Maroubra Surf Club in the coming months.
Councillor Chappell?
I just want to speak very briefly against the amendment and in favour of the motion, which just has that very brief change in it, which is just to ensure communication channels stay open. I don't think this generates any significant amount of paperwork, but it keeps the channel open between the elected body and the delegated authority. This is a really big project. It's really important to our community, and I think it is really good to make sure we have those channels open. And I would also just reiterate in the development of this MOU and going forward, we really do need to make sure we have public access to these clubs so that they can really be a part of the community. I know people at the club want that. I know the community want that. We love the work that happens at all of our life-saving clubs and we value them so much.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Said, then Councillor Olive.
Madam Mayor, just a question to the relevant officer, probably the General Manager. The MOU is just a memorandum of understanding, but the way people are talking, are we about to start the project? Because I don't understand.
Sorry, through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, no, we'll have to bring that back to the council to obviously do that. This is just setting up the governance structure between the council and the club. Should council proceed, so there's a whole host of governance and probity issues we need to put in place. This is the start of that.
Councillor Olive.
I just think it should be a matter of principle for council to be kept in the loop. We're obviously not making the decisions, but when things of note happen, the council should be made aware. I'm sure that the general manager as the delegated authority would be thinking along those lines anyway. But just to have it in writing here makes it clear to the community that's what's going on and that we're not abrogating any responsibility, our responsibilities. So that's why I think it's very important to have that in there. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? No. I declare that carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate? Therefore, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CO5/24, 2023 to 24 Quarterly Progress Report, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini on page 177.
Thanks. I just had a few questions through the relevant officer looking at this report. On a couple of them, it identifies items as on track. For example, the multicultural plan. I don't think that there's a page. There is no page number. Sorry. Ah. I don't know if there's an.
Yeah, there's 0524, but it's on the small thing.
Sorry, I should have marked them. Well, if someone can find, if anyone knows what page, the multicultural plan under the inclusive Randwick. Oh yeah, like it could be anywhere. And the other one that I noted down was the stormwater. It says that there's been an increase to work being done, but construction's been deferred. Anyway, I can take these on notice if no one can find the pages, including myself.
Through to the General Manager.
Oh, yeah.
Councillors, can I just apologise for the oversight not putting the page numbers on this particular document?
No, I should have written the items down.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so that's our bad. I apologise for that. Councillor, I'm fine if you send something through that I'll send to all the councillors. The reason why that's the case.
Is that for both of them?
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
Councillor Burst, you are the seconder. Do you wish to speak?
I'd just like to, just looking at the graphs there, the progress indicators. As a council, I think we're doing fairly well, and that's a great effort to the different departments for what they're doing. When we're achieving sort of 91% of progress of what's on track, what's not started, what's achieved. When we're delivering and forming strategies, we're at 93%. Delivering services and regulatory functions, we're at 87.3%. We could probably do a bit better there, but generally we're doing a great job across the board, and just want to commend the staff for their efforts and the work they've done to get us to this point. Thank you.
Councillor Chappell.
Can I just make a request for page numbers on the report next time? Can I also ask a question, just in terms of when items are assessed as on progress? I assume how this report is compiled is that inputs come from various sections of council and then are compiled. Is there a kind of cross-checking process that goes on? Like, is it ultimately kind of signed off, or is it each department kind of holds the responsibility for the projects in their space?
Through to the Director of Governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's my role to cross-check and ask questions and where need to validate. Yeah.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion, given it's quite late. We haven't even started the motions. Can we limit speeches to 2 minutes from now on, please?
I will put it. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, we will now move to C09/24 investment policy, challenged by Councillor Olive.
Mr. Kelly, can you put up the amendment, please? The amendment reads that the investment policy be adopted except with the inclusion of the line that council will not invest in any products with an S&P credit rating lower than its current T Corp loan agreement. T Corp, sort of is a state-owned public financial corporation, and the council borrows from them, and they are very conservative, and sort of the requirements on council for their investments, so that they must have are outlined in this process. What the essence of this is that to say, so that council should be able to invest in just a small number, 10% of triple B
and triple B plus investments, sort of because that would improve council's financial return, or likely improve council's financial return and make it no worse. This would be in keeping with, sort of the open risk appetite option, which means the council appetite is to take a low degree of risk together with reasonable certainty that there is a reward to gain by taking on the risk. Currently, we only have credit rating for our investments of A and above, and this is more like a cautious, sort of risk appetite, which means that council preference is for a safe option with very low risk, which is what that is, lightly controlled, and only pursue a potential reward when it safely outweighs the risk. So, given that council voted, said that they were open to, that they would, their setting was an open risk appetite, I think it's more appropriate to have something like what I've outlined in this particular motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to speak? Is there any further discussion? Councillor Hay?
I'd like to foreshadow moving this as per the business paper. We spoke about this last year. We're in a global financial situation right now where banks such as Credit Suisse collapsing. We don't want, let's say, a bank collapses.
Sorry, Councillor Hay, can I clarify? Are you moving an amendment?
Sure, I'll move an amendment to move it as per the business paper.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Olive, do you accept the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, so we are in a situation globally where major banks are collapsing. If we invest in a triple B credit institution and the bank collapses, we are not going to get our money back. We are not going to get, beyond the $250,000, we are not, which is the minimum insured, but we are going to lose over $1 million, depending on how much we've invested, with a bad bank if we put the money in the bad bank. It is not safe. We need this money to pay our staff wages. We need to use the money on responsible infrastructure in our community. We can't afford to throw away the increased risk of throwing away many millions of dollars on banks which are, by definition, riskier. That's the whole point of the S&P rating. We should stick to the current portfolio targeted as written on page 247, where we put 0 in triple B category banks. Thank you very much.
Councillor Olive.
These are not risky banks. We're talking the Adelaide Bank, the Bendigo Bank. These are, sort of triple B rated. Other councils do it, sort of. We're not talking about large amounts of money. We're talking about small amounts. I mean, as you said yourself, sort of if we invested $250,000 in an authorised deposit-taking institution, which these are, we would be government guaranteed. That would be 100% government guaranteed. And so, sort of we're saying, well, we're not allowed to do that because, sort of that's too risky. But it's not risky at all. I mean, these banks are not risky, sort of in the scheme of things. So that's why I argue against this amendment.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton, did you want to speak as the seconder?
No,
Are there any other speakers? We're voting on the amendment. You can't close it.
I can close.
If there's no further debate, I will put the amendment as moved by Councillor Hay, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour? All those against? I declare the amendment carried. It now becomes the motion. Does anyone wish to speak on the motion? Councillor Hay, do you wish to close?
Just very quickly, that's what a credit rating is. If it's a lower rating, it is more risk, and that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
I'll now put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, now we'll adjourn for 5 minutes for a short break and then we'll move on to the motions. We'll now move to the motions pursuant to notice. Notice of motion from Councillor Said, Australia Day celebrations, partnership with our Surf Lifesaving Clubs, NM1/24. Councillor Said.
The Mayor. Before I start, Councillor Nielsen was putting in an amendment which I've already discussed with her, so I'll accept that amendment. So we can move on. Basically, Madam Mayor, on Australia Day, after I went to Kensington, I went out to the beaches. I saw Arthur Burn Reserve. I saw there was people there from Sumatra who were doing a native a dance native to their country, which I actually was allowed to join in. We had a lot of fun. Then the Brazilians were having a barbecue and playing soccer. So everyone was having a great time down. It was all down by the beach, obviously, because people wanted to go on such a hot day, go to the beaches. I've discussed it, after I put this motion in, I discussed it with all 4 surf club presidents that the intention is that if we have discussions with the surf clubs, what we're virtually saying is we won't virtually have to run anything. We can, in conjunction with them, have Australia Day celebration. Excuse me, Australia Day celebrations where we provide sort of sausages, a flag that says Randwick Council supports the surf clubs. They can cook them, they can sell them, they can make a profit, they can hold games on there, teach people about life saving. They might even have first aid classes. It's just in conjunction with them because that's where the people go. They go down towards the beach, and that way everyone in the community can celebrate Australia Day and celebrate being with their families and taking it Australia Day to its full potential. So all I'm asking for is, and it might actually save our staff a lot of extra work because the surf clubs, if they agree to it, might be doing the heavy lifting.
Question, because you made reference to the fact that we had a little discussion about it before. Wouldn't it make sense if B became A? Council officers hold informal discussions with our LGAs for Surf Lifesaving Clubs regarding Australia Day 2025. B, Council brings back a report to consider rather than the other way around.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
so
right.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine, yep.
Councillor Burst.
I commend this notice of motion. I think it's a great initiative, and it also means our surf clubs that can look at doing fundraising constantly. This is another opportunity for them, and it shows the council supporting our community on one of our special days. Thank you.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, just a question regarding this, maybe to the mover. Where does this leave the citizenships and the community awards? Would they be held at the surf clubs too?
I haven't put it in the motion, but I would like the events people to maybe consider. After last year's Australia Day and Community Service Awards, unless they were held in somewhere by the surf clubs and incorporated in the festivities down by the beach, and this is entirely a separate subject, I probably would be in favour of moving it entirely to another day. But that's not in the motion, so you can't vote again.
Councillor Luxford. Once I move on from you, I won't be able to return to you. Councillor Chapel.
I just want to speak briefly to the motion. I actually think we've been doing this day quite well. I think the celebration at Kensington is a really beautiful one, and I think La Perouse, yeah, it was chill. Like it's one of the few places in Sydney on that day that is actually chill. And I think the Culture on Country is a really fantastic event that I would love to see us doing more to promote, because there was only a small group of people there last year, and it's so special. I suppose my primary concern here is that the surf lifesaving clubs are extremely busy on this day. It's probably one of the busiest days of the year. The beaches are chockers, and the idea that there is capacity for additional events down there, I think, is probably a little unrealistic, and diverts kind of from a day where I think they probably do the most rescues of any day of the year, apart from maybe New Year's Day. So I think I'm not opposed to the idea of having informal conversations about whether we can help them on this day, but I think the idea of specifying that there should be special celebrations, that they need to do more on that day, is a little bit kind of misguided. I think council should focus on the kind of flagship events that we are doing. If we need to rejig Kenzo, then so be it. But I think events that are taking people away from the beach on that day are probably a great thing, because we really do cram everybody into one corner, and it's pretty tough.
Councillor Luxford, you did ask a question before, so do you wish to speak? Are there any further speakers on the motion? Councillor said, do you wish to close the debate? No, sorry. I will put it in that case. All those in favour? Against? No, I declare that carried. Call for a division.
Point
There's been
of
a
order,
call for a
Madam Mayor.
division.
Point of order. You've ruled. We voted, you ruled.
Okay, that's fine. We now move to NM2/24, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, investigate naming a park or reserve in La Perouse area after both the Sims and Longbottom families.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just an amendment, I was given very good guidance, which I'd like to follow, that council investigate and talk with the La Perouse Land Council and before we can, move forward on this particular matter. So I guess, I think I sent the amendment to Mr. Kelly David. Is it up there? So it's up there. And look, I'm weary of time, so I'm not going to talk on this matter. Auntie Barbara did a great job. So the thing was to involve the Land Council as well to help us with, they approve the naming, etc. So it'll be a joint initiative. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Chappell as the seconder, are you happy to second with that amendment? Do you wish to speak?
Just briefly, I appreciate Councillor D'Souza bringing this here. I think a lot of the spaces in our council area could do better to reflect the diversity of the First Nations community in our area and the really long, continuous history we have here. I would also like to note on a related area that there is a street in La Perouse that is currently called Endeavour Avenue after it was renamed following lobbying by locals to stop being called Aborigines Avenue. So I think we have history with some of the naming in our area that we could really do a bit more on, and I see this as a really important step in the right direction. Councillor D'Souza, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? You don't wish to close? Yep. I will put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM3/24, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, fly flags at half-mast on National Apology Day in February and National Sorry Day in May every year. Councillor D'Souza.
Barbara spoke very well. I'm weary of time. I'm happy to. It says everything's in there, so I'm quite happy to let the councillors vote on the matter.
Councillor Chappell as the seconder. Wish to speak? Is there any further debate?
Yep.
If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried.
Thank you.
We now move to notice of motion by Councillor Luxford, NM4/24, meeting with residents of Doncaster Avenue to review bike track issues. Councillor Luxford.
Okay, so basically tonight we heard from our resident Tony Chan, who has lived in Kensington probably almost as long as I have. Actually know the family from my school days. So they we heard from him the issues that the residents are having since the inception of this bike track. I've received numerous emails from residents of both ends of Doncaster Avenue between Allison Road and Day Avenue, who are mostly all raising the same sort of issues where they're having difficulty accessing their driveways. There's cyclists coming, they can't see because people are not parking in accordance with lines that have been marked. So they overhang the lines and the driveways, which makes it quite difficult for them. You know, then they have the issue of trying to get people in and out of cars, especially children in car seats and the elderly who, you know, may have walkers, etc. When they go to open their car doors, they're opening onto a bike lane. There's nowhere for people to sort of exit the car safely or put their feet on the ground safely, because we then have that little concrete barrier that, you know, prohibits, and they have to park pretty close in, otherwise they're going to lose half of their car with the narrowing of the car lanes on Doncaster Avenue. And I think at the time when they were built, when it was constructed, we were told that the lanes would be reduced to the minimum.
Councillor Luxford, can you
the minimum width. So this meeting is so that the residents can come along, have their say, and hopefully we are able to fix their issues one way or another.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford. Councillor Said as the seconder.
I just want to say that I'm a big believer, and I think everyone here is, that we believe in our community, and our community has some sensible ideas. And usually out of these forums, 9 times out of 10, someone comes up with a really brilliant idea, and we should be listening to our community. They're the ones who actually live and breathe their suburbs, their streets. They know what's going wrong. They know how to fix it. If we listen to them, we might actually make life a lot easier for the people of Westward, and we might learn it for other regions as well.
Councillors, I'll need someone to move an extension of time. Councillor Luxford. So, for how long? We'll try for half an hour then. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillor Chappell.
I'd just like to speak briefly in favour of this. I mean, I'm obviously a very strong proponent of active transport, but I think one of the things we need to do is bring the community along with us, and I think making sure we meet them where they are, where they have concerns about these things, to identify what's going on and work where we can find solutions is really critically important.
Councillor D'Souza? Oh, any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. Councillor Luxford, did you wish to close the debate? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM5/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, investigate the installation of a water bubbler at Nagle Park, Maroubra.
Okay, currently in Nagle Park, and I took a couple of photographs, and it's been put in the business paper. The dog bowl at the moment tends to get quite dirty quite regularly in stormy weather, which obviously we've had a lot recently. Basically it's unsafe drinking water for dogs. There's been various vet reports that dogs that drink either muddy water or from puddles get various sicknesses. In addition, this particular dog bowl is right next to Holden Street, so it's basically not safe for dogs because they're fairly close to moving cars in a semi-busy street. The park also only has one water bubbler, and that's in the children's playground. There's no other water bubblers anywhere else in the park. So I asked for a water bubbler to be put in, like we have in a lot of other parks, where basically it's for persons to drink at the top, and a small dog bowl that you can always empty out at the bottom. and for council to come back with a report on the best place for that. You've got the eastern part of the park, you've got the amenities area, so please support it.
Councillor Burst.
Dogs, cats, animals, they're our family. So we need to look after them just as much as we need to look after our human families as well. So thank you.
Are there any other speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried. We now move to NM 6/24, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, T-junction on the corner of Snape and Percival Streets and improved pedestrian safety crossing at Hannan Street. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to move this in an amended form from what's on the business paper. It's currently on the screen. I also emailed it to everyone. And I also emailed everyone an image of what a modified T-junction looks like. Effectively, we're in this situation because there was a lot of traffic about 10 years ago that went along Snape Street between Anzac and Bunurong, and we rushed to make a decision with too many speed bumps. That was not well respected, and we've gone and changed it. But particularly at this intersection, it feels to me like we're rushing a little bit. Let's take a moment, step back, and consider design development, local community consultation on this particular point. Let's not rush to a decision. Now, it may well be that we do this consultation and the roundabout as proposed is what we end up going with. If that happens, so be it. But what we can do is we can at least look at and see what the community, take another look at the community, see what they actually want. There are a few people who haven't responded. Remember, roundabouts are expensive. This will be a lot cheaper, have the same safety impact. You can save a tree, and also, I don't think 3 roundabouts in a row would be great there, but I'm happy to consider various options. And the money we save can be spent on pedestrian safety on Hannan Street. Thank you very much.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, just quickly, I too received complaints and the like from these residents, and I have chatted with our manager of our traffic manager, and this outcome is the best for the residents, that they can have their say, and as they felt they hadn't been consulted, and as Councillor Hay has said, the outcome that will be delivered, then they'll have to probably live with it. It may well be that the roundabout is the only option, but we will be trying to do something better for them. So I commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM7/24, notice of motion from Councillor Parker, Maroubra Rubik's Cube consultation. Councillor Parker.
Look, I think I might rue this, but I'll waive my speaking rights for the benefit of Tom.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I'll waive my right. Commend the motion.
Councillor Chappell.
Look, I don't oppose the idea of consulting our community, but I'd just love to be really clear that when we go out, that we are clear to the community that the original painting of this was done by artists and the repainting of this was done by artists. Like that this, I think a lot of people think this is a council thing and we made a council decision and then we changed the cube and whatever. And I think it's really different if you understand that this is an artwork that was put there by artists who are wanting us to talk. And we have been talking about it. Like I remember the first morning I saw the Solve Cube and I was kind of worried that I was, still dreaming or whatever, because it just looked very, very strange and out of place on the beach. And I would love in this process if we could make it really clear to the community that the artists were involved in doing this in the first place and in doing it, and that we probably don't put ourselves in a position where we are painting over an artwork because we've done some community consultation, because I think that would be very undesirable.
May I ask a question through to the relevant officer? Would that be information be included if we were to conduct a community consultation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of the consultation, we would include a brief description as to the history and to why we were consulting on this, so yes.
So just a follow-up question, if I may. It would include information that the artwork had been done by local community members, not council.
Yes.
Sorry, probably an ancillary question, but I don't need to do an amendment to do this, but I would assume that in the consultation we would also talk to the artists.
Through to the Director of Culture and Community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand there has already been some discussion with the local artist.
Councillor Burst.
Just quickly on the unsolved or the solved version of the Rubik's Cube, my son Julian actually advised me, and he's a regular, he's completed 4x4 Rubik's Cubes, 5x5s, the pyramid ones, that the unsolved Rubik's Cube was actually, in the configuration it was in, could never be solved because the actual colour patterns on the cubes were in the wrong position on one or two of the panels. So is our plan, if we go for an unresolved Rubik's Cube, that it will be able to be resolved, or it will go back to the way the artist had it, where he had an unresolved Rubik's Cube that actually couldn't be resolved? So that's just my question to the relevant officer, potentially.
To the Director of Community and Culture.
Yes or no? Just say yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All of that would be considered when we reported back.
Is there any further discussion?
Thank you. I'd like to close the debate.
I will now put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM 8/24, notice of motion from Councillor Parker, Urban Street Garden Strategy.
Thank you. I waive my speaking rights in relation to this.
Councillor Said, as the seconder, do you wish to speak? Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to speak to this? Is there any further debate? Councillor Parker, do you wish to close? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM 9/24, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, council submission to the Club Grants Scheme Review.
Yes, Club Grants is a scheme where poker machine profits from appropriate clubs is used to give grants to the community in various guises, in various ways. The clubs are able to claim that back dollar for dollar in terms of tax concession from the government. The government, state government, is holding a review. Liquor and Gaming New South Wales is leading a review of the Club Grant Scheme in consultation with Cabinet Office, and submissions are open till Monday the 18th of March. There is, in Category 1 Club Grants, there's a local committee, and council have been part of that local committee since, 1998, so they've been there participating in this for a long time, so they should have some opinions on, on Club Grants and how it operates, and be able to write a submission. I think particularly the review was called because there was concern, over oversight, and NCOS withdrew because they didn't know exactly what their role was. There's a Club Grant governance document now which says that council must a Club Grants guidelines document which says in it that the council must have a governance role in the committee, and it talks also about acquittals for these things, and so that's a role that council may have to take up. After that, they once did it, but they stopped doing it, and they might have to do it again. So these are things to consider. But so I've written here some points for the submission, which are there's responsibility for allocating all the category one rests with the local committee. that Category 1 grants must be distributed through the local committee, and that council have governance role and local committee, and this role is included supervision of acquittals, and that it be
Thank you, Councillor Olive. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Olive. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell.
I'll just briefly, I'm quite critical of the club grants review scheme. I know a lot of people in the room are supportive of the scheme, but I think no matter what your opinion is, council shouldn't be kind of a passenger to this stuff that's happening in our community, and making a very brief submission just outlining kind of the role that we believe should be taken in it, I think is a very modest ask.
Councillor Said.
Madam Mayor, I can't agree with this motion. Just simply, we do have our own grant scheme, so we look after that. The clubs do this. There may be issues in other areas, but our club grants provide for Bayside Women's Shelter. They also provide for, it's not just sporting clubs, there's an array of charities, Meals on Wheels. There's a whole lot of stuff that this goes to. And that I think last time I was there was probably about 20 to 30 organisations receiving funding, and they were very deserving of it, and they were very thankful for it. In our community, it is a very small, close-knit community where everyone virtually knows each other, and we all know that when it goes to a good, like the Bayside Women's Shelter, it really does help lots of people in our community. So I think our clubs are doing a fantastic job at distributing it in a fair and sensible way.
A question from Councillor Chappell, and then I'll go to Councillor D'Souza.
Sorry, just through you, Madam Mayor, I understand council already has a role in club grants. Is that correct?
Through the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, currently Council does have a role in participating as part of the local committee for the club grants.
Councillor D'Souza.
Very quick, Madam Mayor, because of weary of time. I just want to say there's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So this is a program that's worked very successfully for our community. Like former Mayor Said said, I see the joy on the face of those people or those groups that receive these grants. And being involved with the Salvation Army, I also see how well we use this money and how we help the needy, those most vulnerable in our community. Without that money, and there is limited money in our Red Shield appeal, and that we don't raise the kind of funds we used to, door knocking isn't popular anymore. But we look forward to that handout which comes from the Club Grants program. So I say I fully support it, and I like the way it is at the moment. I don't want change.
Councillor, are there any other speakers? Councillor Olive, do you wish to close the debate?
I think there's some misconceptions here that what's being proposed here would change anything at all. Sort of the local committees would still have control. So far, in the last financial year, about $450,000 went through the Club Grants Committee. But there was actually another $140,000 that didn't go through, that was just allocated by the clubs themselves. All this is saying is that, for the first point there, that it should be streamlined, and if the clubs want to have a tax concession, that it should be checked by the committee. This is a governance issue. That all funds are oversighted, and there's proper acquittal, and that's part of this. So that goes to the first point there. So that would not make any changes. It would actually bring more funding into that umbrella, and for distribution for those particular purposes.
Thank you. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? I declare the motion lost. We now move to NM 10/24, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, Coastal Walk event.
can I move this with amendment, Mr. Kelly? Just a part C to that council include this event in the upcoming event service level review, and that the council request input from the La Perouse Land Council as a further D. That's C and D. There. What's that? Okay. Just that, you know, sort of holding a coastal walk event, you know, sort of ticks all the boxes. You know, sort of it. We got a report from Micromex the other day saying, you know, sort of that the coastal walk is one of the major things that residents like about the Randwick LGA. It fits in with, you know, our active transport strategy. And as part of that, you know, in the report back, that residents say that, you know, they're interested in walking more often with major benefits such as physical and mental health, fresh air, it's free and good for the environment. So we could celebrate these things and celebrate active transport by holding an event such as this. And because it's not on roads, it wouldn't so much involve road closures, but, you know, sort of the cost and other aspects could be dealt with in the service level review. So I commend this to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Do you wish to speak as the seconder?
My only question is, and it's to the mover, whether the request input from the La Perouse Land Council should come slightly higher up, so rather than being D, perhaps it becomes B.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, would that be okay?
Fine.
So if we just move, D to B, and then everything else the same, and I put that to everybody. Please support it.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCafferty.
Yes, I would like to speak against this particular motion, not because I am anti-exercise or anti the coastal walk, but I think having a coastal walk event has the potential to become something like the City to Surf, which started quite small and got quite enormous. And I don't think that's consistent with the spirit of the walk itself, which I think is more about small groups in the community enjoying the access rather than having large-scale events which would maybe put more wear and tear on the coastal walk than is necessary, with not necessarily a productive result. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Olive, do you wish to close the debate?
That's certainly not the intent, and then so I'd never envisaged it, you know, there'd be 60,000 people doing it. But I do think that, you know, sort of this is a way that we can both celebrate, you know, sort of the something which is much loved by the community, and also do it in an atmosphere which is, you know, sort of healthy, fresh, and, you know, sort of can possibly end with a barbecue, and everyone can get to know each other. Okay.
I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that we might go to a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty and Councillor Burst. I declare the motion carried. We now move to Notice of Motion NM 11/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor Pandolfini, Early Childhood Education.
Thanks. I know Councillor Wilson has an amendment for this motion. Has that been sent through?
Yes, I sent an amendment through to Mr. Kelly, and it's putting in a new B And indeed, we do commend the United Workers Union for taking action for their workers for a pay increase, but we also commend the United Services Union, which is the union, the major union in local government, on its campaign to negotiate an award for early childhood workers. And so thus we do reiterate support for the Local Government New South Wales motion to negotiate. And I've asked for the name of the union to be included with the United Services Union and request an update from Local Government New South Wales on its progress. And so that's the nature of my amendment, and I hope that Councillor Pandolfini will accept that amendment.
Yes, I do accept that.
Is there a seconder? Councillor who is seconding this? Councillor Chappell. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Chappell? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have another proposed amendment. It is simply to change the text of point C. Currently it reads, request to report back on a service expansion in the area of abolishing or significantly reducing fees for First Nations and refugee families of a council's childcare centre at Moverley. And the new text, once again I apologise to Mr Kelly, will read that councillors are briefed on the operation and fee structure of the Moverley Community Childcare Centre, and such a briefing consider barriers to access and the centre's business unit plan. The reason behind this particular amendment is I'm advised that there will in fact be a subsequent either report or briefing coming back to council anyway, arising from a range of respective councillor motions in the past. I think that this is a neater way in order to deal with it, but also has a greater possibility of success amongst the council, but looks at it more holistically rather than two identified groups to the exclusion of potentially others who may or may not be needy, or needy is not the appropriate word, my apologies, in need of additional council support. With that, I commend the amendment.
Councillor Pandolfini, do you accept the amendment?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Said.
I was going to second the motion, but I've just got another question. If D, in that report, oh no, D's removed? Okay.
Could we just have the new amended motion up, please, Mr Kelly? Thank you very much. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to close the debate?
Yes. I did just want to note the background on this, that on the 8th of March is International Women's Day, and that it's a key date for celebrating the wins of the women's movement and fighting for further systematic change. Today, the WGEA report came out, and I did have a question through to the relevant officer, I think it's the General Manager. Does Randwick report to, I don't know how you pronounce it, Uyghur?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, currently Commonwealth, State and local government is not required to report, but that's going to change for Commonwealth Government sometime this year. Our intention is to, we're going to respond to you tomorrow. I've seen the response coming back to you regarding that. We're looking at how we can actually include those particular groups that you mentioned into reporting, knowing that we've got we're concerned about that we don't breach privacy or discrimination about how we actually collect that information.
Okay, that would be great because, as the report states today, that the gender pay gap of 21.7% still persists in Australia, and Australia does have one of the most gender segregated labour forces in the OECD. So I think it's worth noting the background of the motion, and I commend this to you and thank the other councillors for their amendments.
I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM 13/24, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, renewable energy agreement for businesses.
Okay, I'm going to be brief because it's getting really late and I take this as read. I believe that we should be doing a lot for our businesses. We don't want to see our small town centres potted around our LGA with empty buildings and shut doors. I think that it's something that we need to help retain. It does a lot for our community to keep our small businesses alive and our shop fronts active, and it activates the areas as well. So just to explain, an aggregator, someone had a question on what that would be, and we would send out expressions of interest. Someone would then apply, like a business would apply, and an aggregator is somebody who would then negotiate on between the utility and the businesses. And so they would negotiate a deal based on 100% renewable electricity power purchase agreement. And it's something that I know that SS Rock are looking at for individuals, and I'm putting this to you all because I think we should look after our businesses as well.
Councillors, before we go to Councillor Burst, which I hadn't called yet, if you wouldn't mind, I need a call for an extension of another half an hour. Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Burst, all those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillor Burst.
Unfortunately, we see too many for lease signs up in buildings across Randwick City Council, and I think it's part of as councillors, we're here to help our small businesses, and anything we can do to reduce costs. Cost of living has been a major factor. Energy costs have gone through the roof. Anything we can do to get them down, we need to be supporting small business and help them survive, and not just survive, but also to thrive.
Were there any other speakers? Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to close the debate? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now go to NM 14/24, notice of motion from Councillor Said, proposed naming of the Heffron Park cricket nets.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as I have said previously, that after watching the retirement of David Warner, and then when you Google him and you realise the amount of awards, the amount of records that he set, and he was a boy that came from Matraville through the Housing Commission system. He's a guy that's done well. As I said before in reports, most people from the Southwood punch way above their weight. We have 80% of the faces up at the Heffron Centre all from Matraville or the surrounding area. Yet we do this with probably the least resources in the LGA, but I'll just throw that in. But it's not all about Coogee. So, Madam Mayor, all I respectfully ask for is that, as I said before, that was where his junior club trains, the Coastal Cricket Club. So all I'm asking for is just virtually a park, so that a plaque that bears his name, and then it's posted on there. When people come to train in those nets, they just train at the David Warner nets, and it acknowledges his success.
Councillor Burst.
In future years to come, Dave Warner will be remembered as a legend of Australian cricket.
What he is.
Not only can he bat great left-handed, but he's also just as good batting great right-handed. Bowls some great leg spin, and a great fieldsman as well. So Australia's honoured to have a player of that stature and to have him in our area. having the opportunity to play with his father. I remember the days when we'd play cricket and Dave would come down. We'd have to throw him balls because he was young and wanted us to just, come on, could you just throw some cricket balls? And he'd be batting away. Unbeknown to us, he would have go on to represent Australia in all forms of the game and become one of the greats of Australian cricket.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, fully agree with Councillor Said's motion. Dave Warner is a very good cricketer for Australia, and it's not easy. Those of you who follow the cricket, especially Test cricket, it is not easy to open the batting. Dave Warner had to do it year after year. He came into the side when there were a few retirements, and there was a bit of a changing of the guard, and we needed a good, steady player at the top of the order. On top of his prowess in batting, I'll also mention that he was a fine slips fieldsman and very, very handy in the slip cordon, resulting in a lot of dismissals. So, yeah, fully commended, and the Australian team will have to do well to make up for his loss, for his retirement.
Is there any other speakers? Councillor Pandolfini.
I just had a question through the relevant officer. Is something like this just assumed that someone would want their name on there? And also another question is that do we have some kind of comparison where how many statues and cricket nets and things like this are named after men and compared to women in the area?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure we will ask Mr. Warner if he wishes to have his name, in case he doesn't wish to. I'm not aware of us having a list, Councillor Pandolfini, of that.
Councillor D'Souza.
Weary of the time.
Actually, Councillor Chappell had her hand up next.
Sorry.
Apologies. Go.
I just want to say I did speak to David Warner on this when he was in New Zealand, and he's very appreciative of the council, and yes, he's very supportive of what Councillor Said is proposing. And I did talk to the General Manager with another matter, but he did come to council, did talk to us about it a long time ago, another matter to build a cricket academy, and we did entertain the idea, but we could use that land better, and we did. But this is a wonderful opportunity to recognise a great cricketer, someone with humble beginnings, someone who started in matrimonial social housing, someone who believed in the system. He lived the Australian dream, and today he has one of the finest houses. Candice and him, this is in South Coogee, and well done. But I got up only to say that yes, I've spoken about the matter, and he's very supportive and very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to NM 15/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor Chappell, Report on Subsidised Access to Des Renford Leisure Centre.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take the motion as read and not go through it in too much detail. It's basically just asking for a report on access options to Des Renford, particularly for people of lower socioeconomic status in our area who may have trouble otherwise accessing the facility. This was raised directly with me with a few community members, including at the PAC meeting with the police, where some of the women said their kids were training for some of the Rabbitohs like feeder squads, and they couldn't get gym access and their families couldn't afford it, and the concessions were not kind of enough for them to be able to pay for it. And they were asking for access to the Heffron Centre, which I know isn't a thing we can do, but I was thinking if we can do something where we can get them access to Des Renford and give them a fair go, that seems like a very obvious thing to do. I don't have any preconceptions about what this report might say. It might say that it's not possible. It might say that we can only do certain kinds of concessions, or our existing concessions are actually serving the community perfectly well. I do note other areas do have like a kind of sliding scale of concessions where they offer some groups or some individuals who pass a kind of fairly stringent process a deeper concession rate. So Bayside, for instance, offers free access to aged pensioners in their area. City of Sydney has quite a good program where there's very discounted access to pools and gyms if you meet some quite strict criteria and go through an application process for that. And I mean, maybe, as I say, it would be possible to offer that, publicly available. Maybe it's just a kind of by request kind of system where we have the staff aware at Des Renford that this is an option that they can offer to people as needed. I would just love to see what we think are the options there, and I would also love that to potentially include access to swim school for if there could be subsidised access, for a few spots. I have recently enrolled my daughters in this, and it's more than $200 a term. So,
thank you, Councillor Parker.
We're
seconding?
speaking, right?
Yeah, you're seconding. Thank you, Councillor Said. Yeah, Councillor Said. Do you wish to speak? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Parker did have his hand up. Councillor Rosenfeld.
I don't have a problem with the report coming up, but what I am a bit concerned about is that it is an important stream of funding for the council, the income that comes from Des Renford. So, look, given its report, I'm okay to support it, but just a little bit wary that when you look at the different reports in the annual report, the amount of income that does come from Des Renford, I'll support on that basis.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against, I declare that carried. We will now move to closed session.
Down and wait, get my request to the DJ, cause my down, my son, and listen carefully. Well, if you'll just have faith in my child, I swear you will live eternally. No child won't believe well. Then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need. Then he said, give your soul to me
We are now moving back into open session. I will read the the council resolution for GM/124 Code of Conduct Complaint Final Report from Conduct Reviewer. Point A, Council accepts the conduct reviewer's finding that the allegation against Councillor Pandolfini is substantiated with each particular of the conduct reviewer's finding made out to the required standard of proof, and B, Councillor Pandolfini be formally censured under section 440G of the Local Government Act 1993 for breaching the Code of Conduct for councillors. I declare the meeting closed at 12:27 p.m.